this tournament, it's the mine. Yeah, and then the winner of mine will get an entry here. He gets 25. And he wants a loop in theater, so the winner of mine also gets a Cactus Classic entry. So the three of us are really just going to cross promote from this point forward to try to get as much cohesion from all these bowlers. I mean, there's no reason not to work together. You all want the same class. Thank you. So
a big sponsor also gets like this tournament we've got coming up on Labor Day weekend. I put 500 of their 29.50
into that.
And I add 250, so we worth that 750 to a little.
That makes perfect. So I'm gonna make the graphic. I just talked to Theo. So the winner of your tournament gets mine. The winner of mine will get a captain. So I think at least the three of us now can go ahead and reach out to the other. That's we all want the same thing. So we don't really at all. That's why I'm because I want to. I told everyone I don't want to see. I'm not saying, hey, choose between this weekend and two tournaments, and I want that. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm excited to
Will you share your scorecards? Please take a second to double check it. If you're age 50 or over, I should put a little S. If you know there should be an S in the top right of your scorecard. If you're 60 and over, there should be an SS in the top right of your card. Keep all those cards in one pile as you move around, please. Welcome to Mexico Open Boys. Go on, hold up on your practice, please. For a one more shot if you need to get back to a full set of pins. 1 through 22, practice time like the Mariners season is over. It's true. Sad. Very sad. Very true. This is your first reminder that if you do make the top 32, you must physically be in the building by 7:45 tomorrow morning for the 8 o'clock bowling. That's kind of Steve's thing. Do not be late. We suggest you be early. At 7:45, you will call alternates. On behalf of Steve, Mike, Dan, and the whole team here, thank you so much for being here. Everyone should have a blast this weekend. The whole team is here to help make that happen. Other than that, looks like we're ready to go. Folks, those color bars are coming on your screens. And they appear to begin your New Mexico Open competition. Good luck to everybody. Go get them.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to 10 Pins and More. Thank you to AK. I was doing some things and trying to test a few items in between during the break. I got one thing to work, and then, of course, when you get one thing to work, the other thing stops working, and we love technology. Appreciate that. Was able to get that quickly fixed. But thank you for letting me know. This is Squad 4. And for my money, I was thinking this would be the squad that is ultimately going to help determine the cut. Obviously, it will give Squad 5 something to bowl for, if you will. They'll know exactly what the number is before they hit the lanes tonight at 6:30. And then, but based on the caliber of player in this field, my thought process was the scores should improve as a whole, like as a squad, which would mean the scoring pace would go up as a whole. So we'll find out. Appreciate everybody tuning in early. We got Brett Wolf. What a nice treat this is to get Brett. Tim Eichhorn. We talked about the number of lefties that bowled Squad 3, and there's a similar amount here in Squad 4. And accidental ball drop on a chair. Had to make sure everything was okay. But the way the day has gone, folks, if somebody wanted to express a little bit of anger here early in game one, it wouldn't shock me one bit. Chris Mays here on 7 and 8. Good shot there from Mr. Mayer. Kevin Jenkins. Is KJ on this pair too? I don't think he's on this pair. Gary Hadley. Dennis Brown is over on 5 and 6. I feel like Dennis made a nice run last year, if my memory is correct. James Hastings helping round out 5 and 6. Can't miss those easy ones there for Mr. Mays, especially on this early. Yeah, AK, I mean, honestly, it's like if someone were to be frustrated early, they would like that energy from the earlier squads would just pass through to this squad. And somebody could be frustrated just right out the gate. You could easily see it happen. See how it goes down here. This squad's a little quiet at the moment. Like, I don't see a Dwight Burns type situation that we just saw in Squad 3. Burns went 237 right out the gates. A very good look. Now, Of course, we'll see how it looks for Brett, but Andrew Kane is on this squad. Looks like he's starting down on the high end, I believe. Oh, no, excuse me. Yeah, maybe. Chris Clark is down on 1 and 2. We actually went through 1 to 22 here on this squad. This is the largest squad of the day so far, of the tournament. KJ is over on 9 and 10. Speaking of strikes, spare 3-bagger for KJ. Bottom right of your screen. I think KJ, you know, as long as Brett, I think, can just, you know, have decent carry early, he's going to be just fine. But watching him at the Cactus Classic, I know he's putting in the work. Well, 9 and 10 got some couple players off to a good start. David Tolson is on that pair as well. That's got to hook a ton. Well, it's happened more times than not, folks. The channel dwellers don't just come out when you're playing near the gutter. They've come out when people have been playing in. As you hop into the stream, we appreciate you first and foremost. Mike Miller, mystery lane condition, strikes again. Chris Mays, now that's a hit that a lot of people did not get today. In fact, at all. A little late tap on the 10 from the 6. There is a 4-bagger over on 9 and 10. I'll tell you who that is in just a moment. Mr. Hadley can get the 7 out. KJ gave the 3-7 a run. That's his first open frame over there on 9 and 10. Waiting on the world to change. John Mayer strikes in the 6th frame. Well, he's rolling through a little bit of pain, too. Told me he's nursing some injured ribs. Great shot. Chris and Hunter Mays with just a boatload of talent. Brian Bledsoe, by the way, where they're working on the double, right side of your screen, also bottom right of your screen. Makes it a triple. Urethane at this point, and I can tell you, of course, now that we're through 3 complete squads. Urethane has been in play. If you're watching or have been watching, you know that already. If this is your first time checking in today or at any point during the tournament, urethane has been a popular choice, and it's certainly understood why, with the gutter in play for the most part. Having said that, it seems on the right side in particular, it does seem to get squirrely quicker. Yeah, that helping the pattern stretch and the carry down situation. You know, for some, you know, they've been able to stay in it longer than others. And to a degree, we saw maybe a little bit of lefty transition take place more so last squad than any other squad, just because of the amount of left-handers. That's David Tolson over there with a 5-bagger. Made the drive from Colorado. Hello, Justin. Yeah, Brandon, he bowled very well, first and foremost, yesterday. And, you know, the fact that he was able to kind of just dodge any real trouble. Now, I didn't get a chance to see him every single game, but of the games that I did get a chance to watch him, he looked like he was able to dodge all of the stuff, essentially the stuff that Steve wasn't able to. Steve Klumpkin, after they both started so well. But he held his own. He was in at plus 90 after game 7. Gave a few pins back at the end, but he's obviously more than in to the top 32. Told his story earlier, just me watching him shoot 300 in junior gold. I think it was 2016. And I didn't get a chance to ask him about that, but I will tomorrow. I don't know if he remembers. Well, I know he remembers shooting 300 at junior gold because that's not something people forget. I don't know if he remembers me taking this video and talking to him about it afterwards. I think Colorado is a state that, and I got to spend more time in Colorado. In fact, I'm not even sure I've been to Colorado now that I'm thinking about it. The couple times that I was supposed to go, there was a PWBA regional, or has been the last couple of years. I haven't been able to attend. U.S. Senior U.S. Open was there. Haven't been able to go to that. I actually did call I believe it was the Colorado Springs Open, but I called that PBA event remotely. But I know there are some really good players. Billy Ginch used to come out here. Haven't seen him in a minute. Won't have Chris Kelso this weekend as well. He's on the tour trials, from what I understand. But yeah, Colorado might be an untapped market, if you will. Underrated bowling community, bowling state. Oh, jeez. Dennis, I know that's tough. Robert Marion from Colorado Springs, I mean, he's always in the mix. Like, that's the kind of game you want. Like, and what I mean by that is, I think Robert Marion's got the perfect tournament game. If you ask him to go bowl on the hard, which he does every year here at this tournament, and say, hey, get up and down. You know, you're going to putt a lot for a lot of pars. You'll get the occasional birdie, right? Maybe a couple, and then the very rare eagle. But most of the time, we're going to ask you to just, we're just going to ask you to do that. Be like Brett Wolf. Win the Masters, and then make excellent splits. But to finish that note on Robert Marion, his game is so perfect for this. And maybe, you know, I've never seen him bowl outside of this tournament. But I don't really need to see him bowl outside of this tournament to know he can bowl. Because he gets it done here every time. And if he's not making the top 32, he's super close. And he finished today at minus 76. So he would be very close, all things considered. Now, depending on who you ask, some people think it's going to be minus 100. Some people think the number will be probably right at Steve Klumpkin, which is minus 55. And yet a few numbers I've heard kind of in between those and even a little bit above. But, you know, Robert's going to be right around the number again. Yeah, so shout out to Colorado. Hey, John Mayer's from Colorado, isn't he? Well, not anymore. Or originally he was. All right, John, tell me Phoenix. But San Diego originally. We'll see Francois in a little minute. He's the defending champion. D-Ron Booker is starting down on the high end, but I'm not sure which direction he's going to be traveling. If he's whether or not he's on the left lane or the right lane. That will impact which game or games we will see him down on the low end of the building. Speaking of Colorado, Francois just won a regional, big super regional in Denver. And then the week before that, he was part of the inaugural Jonesboro Trios winning squad. The first time all three professional bowling entities, PBA, PWBA, PBA 50, bowled together in a trios event. He won that with Tom Hess and Brianna Clemmer. And now trying to go back-to-back at the New Mexico Open. That's the game plan for Francois. Over on 9 and 10, we've got 2:30 opportunity. In fact, let's just quickly go over to Tolson real quick. Here's Tolson. Right side of your screen there. Good look, though. David's going to be in the 220s out the gates. And he is moving left, so he's going to be on 7 and 8 here in a moment. .227 for David Tolson. Nice start out the gates. Unfortunate single pin miss there for KJ in the 9th. He goes strike 9 spare. He'll be in the 180s. Brett Wolf. Nicely done there. And one more. In fact, if we give them all three, that's 220. Of course, the big split conversion in the 8th frame. Save that opportunity for Brett. Mayer with a big chance to get out the gates nicely. He might be the Dwight Burns of this squad. Oh, that's got to hook a ton. Uh-oh. I feel like he's moved slightly right, too, speaking of Brett. Kind of creating his own little window. And just near the track area. These last couple of shots, not getting out, left of 5. Chris Clerk, a past champion, down on 1-2. The max at 186 at the moment. We could have a couple of 227 games to start. One from Tolson, one from Mayer here. And how about a possible 220? Now that one is left. Wow. I don't think he was trying that, but we'll take it. 220 for Brett Wolf out the gates. Brian Bledsoe can shoot 218 with a strike on the fill. Bledsoe got that two-step approach. Interesting that Hunter Mays, he's seeing a lot of hook right now. Of course, his rev rate is higher than anybody on this pair. Now, it's a couple lefties, so just think about John Mayer, who's in John is in reactive. You know, Chris Mays, you think about that shot on the 8th frame, or the 9th frame. That ball completely hooked. He might be able to get just left of the gutter, kind of parallel move. .165 for Mays as Eichhorn will finish up. Uh-oh, look out. Oh, Eichhorn, safe. Tim. Tim. Nice game by Tim. That's not bad, all things considered. Trying to watch him stick that landing. Oh, look out. Bang. Oof. A lot of righties have been stuck with no 7-pin carry today. That's something to look out for tomorrow during match play. Righties have been, I mean, it's almost like you got to be an exclusive member of the carrying the 7-pin club. Like they got jackets and everything. Because there have been minimal righties to carry a 7-pin light. Of the group that just got done, both on 7 and 8 and 9 and 10, man, we had what, 3 games of 200, no, 4 games of 200 or better. Yeah, we had 7 players plus after the first game today, or squad 3 this morning. Both squad 1 and squad 2 yesterday only had 5 individuals plus after 1 game. We're going to have at least maybe 8 to 10. Francois is going to start at 201. I just saw a 205 down on the high end. And looks like everyone is about done. Saw a very nice 278 made by a righty to get him to 200 even. Not too shabby overall. Looks like they're either we got a ball return. All right, it was a ball return. Yeah, Rick, that's who I was speaking of at first. I mean, he was the most recent example, but it's been across the board. But Steve mentioned, though, these are new pins. They were installed Monday. 3 pounds, 9 ounces, I believe he said. All right, 181, and then one more fill shot here, this time from James. And then we can all officially move into game 2. Michael R's finishing up. Brown, Rutherford moving over to 7 and 8. Tolson is awaiting. He's ready to go. Oh, it looks like Hastings is going over in Brown. Excuse me. Rutherford's going. He thought he was moving right. He's going left. Mentioned Francois on 5 and 6 now. Bowling with Brett Wolf. Chris Mays is over there. All right, looks like we're all ready to go. Game 2 now officially underway. So what are you guys thinking in the chat here? What are your early thoughts on how this squad might go, how it might end up?
could do that.
I mean, this week I've really had to. Can you get it? No. Just get in and out a few times a day. Just go from the hot tub to the nice day, you know. It's fun. Yeah, it's nice when you have that.
Good? Good? Doing good? Yes? Who's bowling right now? Game 2? Huh? Game 2? Game 2, yep. You're gonna bowl? No, I bowl tonight. High spot? Alright. We'll do it, man. I'm gonna try. Throw a ball down the lane, hopefully get 9 a lot. Come on, Chris.
All right, game 2 is off and running. Marcus Medina, again, David Tolson. Oh. James Hastings. Chris Mays has moved over to the left. Again, along with Brett Wolf, we got Francois Lavoie, the defending champion. Edward, that's a great question, and obviously of course, the question of the day. Let me check the Facebook page at Tenpins and More is really the first spot. Jeff, our tournament director, has been posting standings, and he did post standings there for C squad and all squads combined. So that's where you want to check things out. If you have Facebook, the Tenpins and More at Rio Rancho Facebook page. Probably just want to go ahead and like the page. Oh, great shot from Brown. Go ahead and check that. Oh, I'm sorry, like the page at least, so you'll get the standings postings within your feed more often. That's the #1 spot we'll want to go. We'll talk about that here in just a moment. Oh, look at this. We just got split conversions everywhere. Good look at that split from Tolson. Fist pump and back to live action. All right, so this squad, as Justin mentioned, Francois Lavoie, of course, is the defending champion. So you start there in regards to players who just stand out. Of course, he's at the top of the list that I have. This is an entry list that Steve gave me, and essentially it's just in order, I think, of which people paid. So Francois, obviously, is the defending champion. He's going to be #1 on that list. I mentioned all of the players from Phoenix that we talked about. Of course, Brett Wolf. We just saw Kevin Jenkins. Andrew Kane at Smaglet, Chris Clerk. Chris is a past champion. Andrew Kane, also a past champion. In fact, Clerk and Kane won it in consecutive years. So you get 3 past champions just right out the gates. And then from a local perspective, Eileen Linares, who made a nice run last year to match play. Of course, the reigning USBC Masters champion, D-Ron Booker, is bowling this squad. We saw Tim Eichhorn. He's also from Phoenix. He can get it done. Of course, Dennis Brown, obviously talking and seeing him in front of us, as you know. Troy Blickenstaff is pretty solid. He can play. The Mays brothers, we mentioned. In my time seeing Brian Bledsoe, I know he's going to give the number a run. So, you know, Francois, D-Ron, you got two major champions. You know, Jacob Butcher just got off the lanes. You know, if he was bowling in the squad, of course, you'd be looking at 3, but 2 major champions on the PBA tour bowling this squad. Several regional champions. Oh, another player I mentioned, or did not mention, Jacob Gill. The frustrations early. Even for Francois, that looked like a pretty good shot, right? But it just kind of kept pushing. All right, folks, we in the booth. We watched this young lady bowl yesterday. If you're someone like me, you watched her bowl before yesterday because I watched her bowl in college. We welcome in Yarelis Alvarez to the building.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you for having me. This is so fun.
You're welcome. First and foremost, how was your New Mexico Open experience?
Honestly, it was tough. But I had a blast. I came in knowing it was going to be tough, difficult. I don't think anybody comes in expecting otherwise. I've been working a lot on different things in my physical game, so I knew I was going to have a bit of a fight, a struggle. But I was surprised to find that I felt pretty relaxed. I felt like I was throwing the ball very well. My scores maybe don't reflect that too much, but I had a good time. I had fun, and I think everybody in my squad kind of struggled. I bowled in the second squad, and I think that's just kind of the nature of this tournament. You never know what's going to happen from squad to squad. Bowling with different people, the lanes, each pair breaks down pretty drastically different, and I think even like from end to end, it's just very different. So, but it was fun. I had a blast.
This was your first event, like solo, if you will, in a while, probably?
Yeah, definitely. I think the last time I bowled this might have been 2 or 3 years ago. you know, I always had to be back on campus getting ready for the college season during this week usually. So it's been a while since I've been able to bowl this. I think the last time before that I was maybe 17 bowling this. So yeah, it's been a long time, but I was very excited to get out here. I just wanted to come and have fun, come in with an open mind and just learn. I think bowling in a tournament like this one in particular with such a challenging pattern and with a really wide variety of competitors is something really good to gain as an experience and to learn from.
Yarelis Alvarez in the booth with us. She is a local player, certainly. We know what local players tend to have a good support system. So if you've watched the event the last couple of years, you know that J.D. Nance obviously has gone all the way to the finals in the last 2 years, come up short both times. But when he's bowling well, or anyone else, Eileen, same thing last year. She bowled really well.
She bowled great.
And the hometown support, which is great. They don't mess around here in Rio Rancho. They came right out.
Definitely. I think everybody's always rooting. Anywhere you go, the local community is always so large in the bowling world. I think it's so special, and I think it's very special to bowling. I mean, even me, I wasn't here. I was in college, and I remember when the last 2 times JD was in the finals, I was in the airport, like, with my laptop out watching. I was, like, watching Mylene. She's my cousin. I was watching her in match play. I was watching JD. I was following everybody around. I had my laptop, my phone, my iPad. I looked probably like a crazy person in the airport, but, you know, it runs strong.
So Steve Mackey told us something that was really cool. And he said you got an opportunity to actually essentially tour or visit Australia for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I did. I was so fortunate. Last year, I was able to go with about 60 or 70 of my peers within the Tulane athletic department. A very generous, speaking of like good community and strong connections at Tulane, the connections there are really lovely, and alumni are so generous. Years later, they always want to give back to the community, and a very kind family donated some money to send a group of athletes to study abroad because, you know, with the rigorous schedule of athletics, a lot of us aren't able to do or participate in things that maybe other students are able to. So I got to go with a ton of people to Australia for 2 weeks, and it was, I mean, like life-changing. It was so cool. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime experience to have. I mean, even like if I were to go to Australia like again, it wouldn't have been like the same as it was when I went because of the people I got to go with, the opportunities we had. We went to Sydney, Melbourne, and Cairns. And we went with a class kind of to learn about like sports in other countries. So we got to go to like professional rugby matches. We got to explore their facilities, meet players. We got to go to see Australian football. We got to see the women's teams. We got to mess around on the courts of the Australian Open. It was really, really cool. Yeah, it was like such a blast. Like, and I didn't even know what I was getting myself into. I was like, oh, a free trip to Australia? Like, I'd love to do that. And, you know, I mean, Steve is from Australia, obviously, and like they kind of like raised me here in this bowling alley. So I was like, it kind of felt like a full circle moment for me a bit. And so I was super excited. I was showing him videos of like me on the ferry, like taking videos, and he was like, my office used to be right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, was he naming off places that he used to be at?
I'm like showing him a video of a boat, and he's like, my office was in the building over there. Like,
that's fantastic. Yeah, he dropped that yesterday, and I was like, wow, that's, how did you find, I guess, the time? Obviously, I guess it matched up with your bowling schedule, that it didn't conflict at all.
Yeah, so to make it happen for so many athletes, it was in the summer.
Gotcha.
So it was actually like a year ago this summer, so we went in May. I mean, I remember it was right after the school year ended. I finished my classes on the 11th, and we were out of there on the 13th. It was a crazy trip. I've never been on a plane for that long. We went from New Orleans to Houston, from Houston to California, from California to Australia. It was like a 15-hour flight. It was wild.
How did you spend that time on the flight?
Sleeping. But because I was finishing classes and like big projects beforehand, I was like,
You were
okay.
exhausted.
Yeah, I
Right.
was like, I'm going to pass out. I think most of us did too, but it was weird. I mean, we took up most of the plane, 70 of us plus all of our chaperones.
Wow.
Like, we traveled with a professor and then like a couple athletic directors and stuff. So it was a really big group, and actually one of our flights got delayed from Houston to Australia, and they had to like hold the plane for us. And I was telling them like, oh gosh, like what are we gonna do? And they were like calling the airline like, please don't leave without us, because you know like. I was telling everybody, I was like, I don't think they're gonna leave without 70 people. I was like,
That's a lot of people.
I think it's different if it's like 30 people. I was like, but we kind of are the plane, you guys, you know. But they called and they told them that we were going to compete somewhere, which we weren't. They were like, we're gonna go compete like
That's
in
right.
Australia.
You gotta get there.
Go over there, and all the people on the trip. I mean, we had football players, golfers, tennis players, all these like different athletes, and they were like, what sport could all of us possibly play? And I was like, guys, it's bowling. I was like, you see people like Norm Duke and Wes Malott, they're doubles partners. I was like, if there's one sport that anybody can play, it is bowling. Like, tell them we're the bowling team and we're heading over there.
Appreciate you repping hard like that too.
Yeah, I went with 3 of my teammates. We all went over there to represent the bowling team.
All right, folks, so we do have scores. Thanks to Jeff Hemer. Coco Jin, first of all, how you doing? Second, I'll put this in the chat after I drop the top 10 here for game 1, but the original website that Jeff wanted to post scores to, he's been having issues with that. And so the workaround has been to post scores on the Tenpins More Rio Rancho Facebook page. So right there, we've got we had C Squad or Squad 3 this morning, and all squads combined are posted there. That's the first thing. And then this morning, he also posted standings after the first 4 games in the squad. So that's going to be the home, at least for now. If it starts to work or he gets it figured out, he'll let me know. But Tenpins and More Facebook page is where you want to go. Okay. Second, I mentioned the amount of players that I thought or that I saw around us that were plus after 1 game. This is the highest number of players we've seen plus after 1 game in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
How many players do you think are plus, chat, after 1 game? Keeping in mind that after the first 2 squads, it was 5 each time after 1. This morning, it was 7. How many players do you think are plus? And again, it's the highest, so I'm giving you a clue. This is the highest we've seen to this point, which would kind of go along the lines of me thinking this squad would be a higher scoring squad based on the people bowling in it. Juan, that's a very good guess. Everyone should follow Juan. Oh.
Ooh, Matthew.
Okay. Well, we can almost stop there. Although Michael is kind of, you know.
Generous.
That's like putting $1 on the prices, right? Right, that's what your bid is. He goes 14 plus, so he's covered.
Yeah.
He's covered for anything after that.
Exactly.
But the answer is, it is actually 14 on the nose.
Yes.
The answer is 14. There are 14 players plus after 1. Actually, you know what?
2 people even also.
Yeah, that's not true. The answer really is 12.
Yeah.
Because 12 people are plus, 2 are even. So, Michael, you didn't win. Kathy and Matthew Jones, though, would be the closest in that regard. I would give Michael a special prize just because of the 14 plus. I like how he covered all his bases, and you can tell this is a game he's played before in his life. All right, so let's go with scores after 1. Here they go on your in the chat. Patrick Roper, the leader after 1, 239.
Pay attention before they go to this one.
Jacob Gill, plus 37. Yeah, Rick 18. 18 might be coming up next the way it's looking. Hunter Mays plus 29. We saw David Tolson get to 227. He is fourth. We saw John Mayer get to plus 24. Brett Wolf, we watched him get to. We watched a lot of these folks, which A, was a good start. B, Brian Bledsoe and Andrew Kane both shot 217. Brian Bledsoe plus 17. Of course, I'm typing and talking to you folks, so that's, you know, I'm being that guy when you talk to somebody on the phone and you know they're typing what they're saying.
Yeah. That's like my mom.
Mentioned Andrew Kane, and then in ninth, D-Ron Booker got to plus 14 or 214. And then to round out the top 10, Mason Robinson, 205. That's your top 10. If you have a question about a particular player that is not in the top 10, drop it in the chat and I'll tell you where they are. There are 40 players in this squad. This is also the squad with the highest amount of players in it.
This is like the biggest one.
Someone had the front 7.
Oh, geez.
Down on 13 and 14. And I don't know who it is, but they are moving left. So we'll get to see them here in a sec. But,
yeah, a couple good games going on right here.
See 244, and then, of course, in front of us.
D-Ron's got a good game going on.
Brett Wolf again. It's starting to look like so I made this mistake before. Not really a mistake, but it's easy to think ahead when you're watching this and you go, okay, first couple games look solid, and which has been true for many squads, but once we get to games 4 and 5, it gets a little tricky for a lot of players.
Definitely. I think especially for people that have a lot more hand. I mean, the nature of this pattern a lot of the time is the middles will burn up like so fast, and so you're fighting against the really slick outside and then the middle as well, and then everybody kind of tries to break it down a little bit differently, especially with the variety of bowlers that will bowl in this event. Makes it even trickier.
There are just so many more X's on the scoreboard right now,
Yeah,
folks.
I was going to say, lanes 1 and 2 are doing really well over there.
All right, Brett Wolf. That's going to be a clean game in the 240s. So Brett out the gates is going to go 220 and possibly 245. 7 and 8 has been a little bit tricky, it looks like, but this has been the tricky pair.
Yeah, all weekend. I started and finished on this pair.
What did you see like from 7 and 8, like especially on the start? Because I thought the start on the fresh, it was clear like you knew what you wanted to do, and then the lanes kind of prevented you every now and then.
Yeah, I think this pair just is so much tighter than every other pair that even the smallest miss, like it feels like a ginormous one. Like it'll come off your hand, you're like, man, that was like pretty good, and then you see the ball hit the pins and you go, oh, you know. Yeah, there's a couple pairs in here that always tend to give people a little bit of trouble, but 7 and 8 is definitely one of them. And I mean, I noticed that for a lot of people, they might have one really good game and then they get to another pair and it's completely different. I definitely saw that yesterday when I would be on one pair and I would be trying to be, you know, very far right as much as I could. And then as the day went on, it was starting to burn up. I was like, okay, they're opening up a little bit. I can move left. And I got comfortable. I threw a 190. And then the next pair I moved to, it was like I had to jump 10 boards back to the right because it was like not broken down the same way at all. So I heard a couple of other people saying that too from other squads that, like, you know, you never know exactly what to expect from pair to pair. So it's hard. It makes it harder to get comfortable. You have to kind of be a little bit more observant on your first few shots, especially with the people you're traveling with too.
I don't know this gentleman's name. I need his name here, but one more. He's going to be in the 230s.
Yeah.
Let me go grab his name.
Yeah.
That is Mark Lucero.
Marcus, yeah.
Be in the 220s. So around us, and this figure I was given earlier, at the time, 7, 8, 9, and 10 were done. And between those 4 lanes, there were 4 200 games.
Yep.
Now we've got none on 9 and 10. We've got 3 on 5 and 6, and now 1 on 7 and 8. And again, similar situation where we just watched David Tolson have a really good game on 9 and 10, comes over to 7 and 8, and struggles.
Yeah. There's a handful of 190s I'm seeing too.
Which are good.
Yeah, really good in this tournament. I always say that I'm hoping for 190s, and 200s are always just like a nice gift.
Yeah, ma'am, did you get 12? Yeah, we had 12. No, yeah, 12 over. But 14 even or plus, and several 190s. Kyle King, 197. Keith Fung, 192. Alex Benson and Tim Eichhorn both shot 190. Mark Lucero here was going 187, 222, which is pretty good.
That's a really good start.
Also, just like that, everyone that is nearby us is done here on camera. We got players moving over to 9 and 10, of course. And they should be getting underway here quickly while we have a moment. So we're in the booth with Yarelis Alvarez. So growing up in New Mexico in general. Now, this is my third, oh, shoot. What year is this? 2024?
This is 2024. You've been here a couple times.
I have. It's at least 3. It might even be 4.
It's definitely more, because I remember you were in the booth here with Steve when I was bowling here, and I was 17. So it's definitely.
Yes, I think 2021 was my first go around. I think.
I think it would have been before that, because
No, it definitely wasn't before.
I feel like.
No, definitely wasn't before it. Now there was someone else, Craig, who used to.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It was Craig, and then you came in
Yeah.
the next year. Yeah. See, I'm getting all fumbled around.
It's okay, but I'm glad you remember that though. But even still, like, so I've been here a few years, and the area, like, as soon as I get off the plane, I think, you know, you're met by kind of the nature's beauty right of the region, and I go, man, I need to come back. And every time I want to come back, obviously I can't do
You're
much
here for this, and you're here all day.
and I'm here all day. And so, as someone who has grown up here, like, what would be some of your recommendations for those who would want to visit your city and the surrounding areas on what to do while they're here?
Yeah, well, I guess it would depend what really you're looking for. If you're looking for to go out into nature and stuff like that, I would totally recommend going to Tent Rocks, White Sands, the Blue Hole. It's very fun to go to in the summer because it's so cold, the water. That's really fun. But if you're looking to be indoors and go to other things, I always love going to Santa Fe. Tons of beautiful museums, art galleries. It's got Meow Wolf. I don't know if people know what Meow Wolf is, but it's like a big, really cool art exhibition that was started here by a couple of local artists in New Mexico. I want to say like 10 years ago, but it took off when they moved to a new location that actually used to be a bowling alley. Their like art experience place was in an abandoned bowling alley, and it became so popular. It's like a kind of like interactive experience that like tells a story through like abstract art. It's really cool. Became so popular that now they've got locations all over the place. So the first one was in Santa Fe, and now they got a real big one in Vegas. It's like Omega Mart. It's like the grocery store kind of thing. It's like a fake grocery store that's like a different dimension kind of thing. It's really cool. They just opened one in Denver. I think they're making one in Texas. It really blew up. I think it opened in like 2017, 2016 or something like that, and it became so popular. A lot of artists, I think T-Pain recorded a music video there. I think Doja Cat, like a lot of artists come and record and like go visit that place when they come here, and then it blew up. Now they have huge locations. The one in Vegas is insane. It's so big and it's really, really cool. You can tell they learned a lot from the one they opened here. But it's really cool, you know. Not a lot of people know about New Mexico or what we have here. Sometimes people don't know we're a state. They'll say, you're from Mexico, and I go, no, New Mexico. There's 50 states, guys.
Oh, man.
It's really funny. And I think also that combined with my last name, they just hear Alvarez and go, oh Mexico, for sure. Oh, no.
That's that, yeah. Come on. We got to know our geography a little better than that.
Even at Junior Gold, I would always go repping, you know, because the youth bowling community here is a little bit smaller than it is in other states. So my mom and I joined the CNMU's BC as youth directors a couple years back. Not anymore, but, you know, we were really trying to advocate for youth bowling here and trying to get more youth bowlers to travel outside and go to tournaments like Junior Gold, stuff like that. And, you know, I would design shirts and stuff for us all to wear. We would wear matching jerseys on some of the days, you know, because you see these states that are really big, powerhouse states. I mean, Texas is just big in general, but they also have a huge bowling community. And then you see the amount of people coming from, like, New York, New Jersey, like all of these states, California. And then you see 3 people walking across the stage from New Mexico. I think the biggest group we had ever had was like 20, and we were so excited. We were so proud to do that. And I wore a New Mexico jersey, and somebody was like, I'm so glad they're letting Mexico bowl in Junior Gold. And I was like, I mean, thanks, but...
Well, both things can be true, because I do think there is a small number of players actually from Mexico who do come over and bowl Junior Gold.
Exactly. I was like, well, they are letting them, but I'm not one of them. but I agree. I'm so glad.
By the way, Lauren said hello.
Oh my
I don't know if you
gosh.
saw that
Hi,
in the
Lauren.
chat.
I hope you're doing well.
Lauren was on your squad yesterday. You guys bowled together.
She was in the morning squad with Callista and
Oh,
Richard.
yes, right.
Yes. Yes.
Defending champion, Francois Lavoie, 3-6-9-10. And the early frustrations, even champions, folks, even champions get frustrated here on the Mike Miller special.
The Mike Miller special.
It's like it's the opposite of the breakfast of champions.
Oh, for sure.
Like when you wake up and bowl at 7 a.m., you're like, yeah, I'm going to have the Mike Miller special for breakfast. It's like,
And it's going to get me. It's going to get me good.
you're not leaving a tip. Like,
No.
a little backup two-hander.
I did.
He was throwing some strikes too. I gotta give him a little credit for the White Sox hat as a fan. I don't know if he's a fan, but I'll give him his credit just because I'm a fan.
Okay.
Good spare.
Got the Spider-Man jersey. Venom even.
That is Land Matthews, I believe. Yeah, Land Matthews.
I love seeing people bowl in hats and sunglasses. It makes me giggle. I could never. My big hair. I don't think hats even go on my head.
What are your kind of outlooks in regards to the future? We talked a little bit about it yesterday in regards to bowling. You mentioned there's some things you want to work on within your game. Looks like you got a regional that you're going to participate in upcoming. So what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm just really excited to kind of participate in a couple of individual events. It's been really so long since I've been able to do that, and I've never had the opportunity to do just that before. I mean, I've bowled a lot of youth stuff here. I bowled so many tournaments here with Jeff, bowling JBTs, traveling around doing that, going to Junior Gold and stuff like that. But I was also bowling in high school on the team here at Rio Rancho, and then I went straight into college. So this is kind of like my first time truly on my own without any other kind of team support like that. Not that I don't have support, but like it's the first time where I'm like, oh wow, I'm like my own kind of bowler right now. So it's definitely different. It's a mindset kind of shift that's going on. So I'm just kind of excited to go and learn. That's really the big thing. I think especially in like those first few years after you graduate, you're trying to learn and kind of get to know who you are as a bowler and a competitor, and have fun. That's always the biggest part of it, is trying to have fun, you know. So yeah, I'm gonna go there to Green Bay, and never been there, but I'm gonna have a blast. I think actually another bowler from New Mexico is going. I don't know her personally, but I was looking at the list, and I saw that there was another bowler from New Mexico, and I said, "What are you doing up there in Wisconsin?" As I'm also doing the same thing. So like,
That's good news.
yeah, it's really great. I mean, I always get so excited seeing other bowlers from smaller areas going out there and doing that stuff, going to college, going to bowl in bigger events outside. I think it's so much fun, and I love seeing the representation. I think that was something that was really surprising for me going to college. You know, I bowled here for so many years. I joined the high school team when I was in the 8th grade, but bowling here in the youth is a little bit more tight-knit and smaller. So as compared to other states that have girls teams and guys teams, we have co-ed teams here. Like every team here is co-ed, and so we would travel to high school nationals and do all that stuff, and we would be having to bowl on the guys teams. We were bowling in the girls side, and so it was definitely a big change for me when I went to college. And I was like, oh wow, I'm like on a team with only girls. I'm being coached by only women, and it was exciting, and I definitely learned a lot from it, because you know, I think when you're bowling in a tournament with only women, they're breaking down the lanes differently, and a lot of them are more in the same areas. And so you're bowling with all these girls, and also now I'm bowling with people who are from literally all over the place. You know, I grew up bowling with all these people who I had known since I was a child, you know, growing up with. And so now you're having to, you know, work with and learn how to bowl with people that you really don't know, strangers that become, you know, some of your closest friends, but you're working with new coaches, new people that, I mean, there's no one way to bowl. And so everybody has their own opinions, things that they've learned, where they come from. And it's exciting. I think it's really eye-opening too. And I wasn't expecting it.
In the booth with Yarelis Alvarez, just finished up her degree at Tulane University. 4-year member of the bowling squad there. Also local to Rio Rancho. And we're in for
Good shot.
one more game. Talk about this bowling situation here. It's, again, the squad overall. After one game, if you're just joining us, we had 12 players plus, which is more than any other squad after one game to date. 5 squad 1, 5 on squad 2, 7 on squad 3. Again, those who were plus, and we had 12, 14 if you include the 2 players who were even after one game. And now we got, you know, players like Brett Wolf. Brett went 220, 245. He's kind of on that Dwight Burns look, who Dwight went 230, 240 earlier today. That was in squad 3 this morning. Your squad 3 leader was Jacob Buttroff, by the way. And Buttroff ended up taking over the lead in the final game. He shot 246. He got to 42 over. And then also on that squad, DJ Neifel was solid. He was 40 over. And then Dwight Burns was 30 over. There were 4 players in total who were on the squad. Mason Edmondson made it back to +1. And it took him a little while to get going, but once he did, he was pretty good. And then your scores in regards to combined scores. And I told you where to go find that. Tenpins More Facebook page. Of course, JD Nance is the overall leader at plus a gazillion, literally.
On his island.
Plus 248. Brandon Knowles second at plus 68. Jacob Buttroff third at plus 42. DJ Neifel is fourth at plus 40. Dwight Burns is fifth at plus 30. David Haynes is sixth at plus 3. And then Mason Edmondson is seventh at plus 1. This is the scores of all combined squads. Having said that, 32nd after 3 squads is minus 168 after 3 squads, to give you that little bit of FYI info on what's happening regarding scores and where to find them.
We also have the scores here after game 2 in this squad. if anybody wants to try and guess how many people are still plus.
Well, the number has taken a little bit of a dip, and you might expect that after one game. But I will add the scores for you. But if you want to guess scores, or I'm sorry, how many players are plus after 2 games here in this squad, I'll give you a hint. As I said, the number did
It's a good
dip
guess, Debbie.
slightly. Oh boy, Debbie, you're close. Debbie is close.
Michael.
Wow. Boy, Michael, we might have to give you some kind of award, Michael. You knocked that one out the park again. You're 2 for 2 today. We'll give you a sacrifice fly on the first one. But you did drive it around. But you are correct. It is 9. 9 players are still plus after the opening 12. Brett Wolf has moved into the lead. He is at plus 65. Nice guess again, Matt. Nathan Trujillo now has moved into second at plus 45. In fact, Nathan even, yeah, he was 12th. He was 1 over after the first game. Hunter Mays started to pick up the pace. Mays at plus 41. D-Ron Booker consistent, 212. I'm sorry, 214, 216. For D-Ron, he is plus 30. Francois Lavoie, your defending champion. He is plus 18.
Moved up to 5th.
Dennis Brown, 200, 209. Of course, plus 9. Actually, there is a 3-way tie.
Yes.
For 6th at the moment. Jacob Gill is also plus 9, and Mark Lucero all at plus 9. And then finally 10th is oh wait, 1, 2, 3.
9.
Is that right? Oh, Kane is 9th. There we
Yeah, he's 9.
go. Andrew
Plus
Kane
6.
is 9th at plus 6. And then Patrick Roper, who was your opening game leader, moves to 10th. He shot 157, which is so easy to do after a big game. It's unbelievable how ridiculous it is. All right, so that's a look. I can't wait to actually see Andrew Kane make his way down here,
Oh,
because
yeah.
I just want to see how he's playing. I want to see how he's playing them, because
Michael says he's going to get a lottery ticket.
probably a good idea, Michael.
I think you should.
You've been, so should Debbie. She's been close too. I want to see if Andrew is kind of throwing it hard a little bit, assuming he might be in your thing with that suggestion. Alex Benton trying to get his urethane to peel. See a couple of players try that strategy yesterday. It was hit or miss, and I think he might maybe try to just get a little bit closer to it, closer to the friction.
Yeah.
That's got to push a little, and it does.
Oof. Nice.
Francois is just
So good.
3-6-10, 3-6-9, 10, and he's so good at the little adjustments. He can do anything with his hand. He's very versatile, but he knows exactly what he needs to be doing on this. And if he's got to make some moves later, he'll have an idea of how and then what to do based on experience.
Yeah.
If you could bowl again, based on what you learned yesterday, what would you do differently?
I probably would have tried to be a little bit farther right than I was. I think I started decently far right, but not like close enough. I also think that I would try to be a little bit softer. I think maybe a difference for me than other people is that I wasn't really seeing as much of like the jumping in the middle because I'm a bit more speed dominant. So I think that kind of hindered me more because I would leave more things like washouts. You know, I'd leave the head pin a little more often. A good lucky strike there for D-Ron.
D-Ron over on 3 and 4. He's moving right, so we'll see D-Ron coming up next game in his entirety, if you will. Chris Mays is looking for 5 in a row, also on 3. And 10 pin. Messenger does not connect for Chris Mays.
Chris and Hunter, both very good. I bowled with them a bit when I was doing JBTs and with Eileen. They're both very good. They've come to New Mexico a good handful of times.
David Tolson trying to get back on it here. Chris Clerk up on lane 5. Clerk again, a past champion. Michael Arce is minus 51.
Minus 51.
Bowling with the yellow. I'm not sure where Patrick is because I'm not sure where everyone started. So depending on where he started, he's either going left or right. In the grand scheme, he's not, or at least doesn't look like to be in the immediate future. Now, there are a few players who don't have their names on the back of their jerseys. There's that slight hang down on lane 8. 13 and 14 might be a favorable pair. I look down there again, and somebody's got another 6-back.
Yeah.
Keep just an eye on that pair, just in case a ton of high scorers end up coming off of it. Dave Sirigliano, one of the best certainly in Phoenix. And that one was a touch left in comparison. He left a 4-pin on the right lane. He just shot 300 in a PBA 50 step ladder.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
But if I find Patrick, I'll make sure I let you know. Bowling with Diallo. Thank you for joining and watching. Thanks everybody for watching and tuning in. Please hit that thumbs up, smash it if you don't mind. I'll get this content out into the other bowling worlds of YouTube. There's a lot of good stuff on regarding bowling events and streaming this weekend. Some tons of events. 11frame.com open going down in Iowa. PBA 50 actually just wrapped up last night or 2 nights ago, one or the other. So I appreciate you tuning in and locking in with me. Had some good guests. Of course, Steve Mackey will be back in the booth at some point, as he always is, and being the true, honest Steve Mackey that he can only be. Dan and Miller Mackey wanted to offer up the services of one Yarelis to. Have you ever been in this situation? Done some interviews like this? Okay.
Not at all. I put on the headphones. I was like, oh, it's so weird to hear myself, and like I can hear the pins though. It's kind of nice.
Well, the one thing I've noticed, especially just with talking with Dana, it's pretty clear like how much, certainly not only this center as you just mentioned, but even local individuals like Jim Tillery. I know Dennis Helmick is a coach. There's some other coaches of local high school teams. How much the community has kind of poured into the youth bowling programs here. To me, that's been pretty clear talking to Dana and even listening to you kind of describe your youth career as well. It's nice to hear that. It's clear they put in a ton of work. So great job from your vantage point too.
Yeah, I think that where we are here, we kind of have to put in kind of a community force to do that. You know, we don't necessarily have that big of a bowling community as compared to maybe other states that have more resources. So I think we tend to rely a lot on each other, and it makes our bonds, I think, a lot stronger, especially when it comes to big events like this.
Speaking of Steve, there is Steve. He'll be back in a minute. Gonna let Yarelis finish out this game in its entirety. You made a nice point about when I asked you about what you would do differently. I noticed that you were speed dominant, and I don't know if I ever really paid attention to it like in the past, because obviously, right, we're watching teams, we're watching everybody bowl, but so yesterday I was like, oh, I was able to actually watch you bowl, and it was like, okay, if you had like, you know, a minuscule, maybe half an MPH down just to allow the ball to start a little bit earlier, I could see that, but you know, you got that. That's an easy, well, it's not, I won't say it's an easy, it's an easy fix. But you already know what you want to improve upon. And a lot of times we don't know as players. We know we want to get better, but sometimes we don't know what to focus on.
Yeah, it's hard. Sometimes there can be a lot of things that you want to focus on, and it can kind of jumble your brain a little bit. Sometimes it's better to focus on one major thing or one thing that you know you can do and kind of run with that one step at a time. It's usually the best kind of game plan. Especially when it comes to a tournament too. You don't always want to be thinking about like, oh gosh, I'm doing this wrong, I'm doing this wrong. You know, you come to a tournament with the game you have, and you sometimes have to make adjustments based off that. Like, I know I do this, so I'm probably going to have to maybe move a little bit differently than other people are.
Just a quick update on the scores on 9 and 10. Of course, you can see it at the bottom right of your screen. Dennis Brown can get to 189. There's a good one from Alex Benton.
Really good shot.
Looking for a double right off his hand. It looks like it's scoring end over end, and he might be trying to do that on purpose, you know, to not have his ball overhook off the spot. But
yeah,
I like the, if he's doing that on purpose, I do like that. I think he could be a little bit further right while he's doing it. Speaking of that, D-Ron Booker just carried the 4-7. I'm sorry, the 4-10.
4-10. I think he's throwing a hot set.
Yeah, it's either that or an IQ 78.
Something like that.
It's funny, since you said hot cell, like it never dawned on me how close those two balls do look like.
Yeah, they do. There's a lot of balls that really look a lot very similar to each other, and I go, wow, I don't even know. One of the have you seen the Reality and the Defender? They look the same to me. The solids, they look the same, and I had both of those balls because we switched companies when I was in college. We were sponsored by Storm my first 2 years, and then sponsored by Hammer my second 2 years. And so that was very interesting, a very interesting shift. And I remember my sophomore year having a Reality, and then the next year they gave me a Defender, and I went, wow, it looks exactly the same.
Mark Lucero struggling a little bit this game. That 3-frame stretch in 5, 6, and 7 with all opens. Big double late. 2 more than 10 puts him back in the 180s, which is more than okay.
Yeah,
oh, Tolson.
it's a good score here. Nice pair.
He needed that one. Want to get that away late. He's still got a big game to try to accomplish. 230s is in the mix. Brett Wolf still striking on 3 and 4. Dave with the unfortunate chop there in the 9th. Still striking down on 13 and 14. Again, folks, that's the pair I mentioned through 2 games now.
Yeah.
Someone had the front 6 or 7 in game 1, and now someone has
8.
spare 8-bagger.
I think the nature of this tournament always is trying to just control the pocket and really kind of hone in on your spares, because you know you're going to leave a lot of them. I think having games like 180s and 190s is always so great, because you can easily climb back from that. When you have like a couple of really low games is what makes it hard, and especially like mentally, if you have a high game and then a particularly low game, you go like, dang, what just happened? And it makes it a little bit tougher to recover.
It's a good 9, all things considered.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think he was sure about that one, but 220 ain't bad. great shot.
3 really good shots.
It's a big save.
Definitely. Sometimes you have to grind it out until you can get there.
David Tolson made the trip. Tell me, so these squads have been about, I don't know, 3.5, 4 hours, something like that. He said he was able to listen to basically the entire squad too yesterday on his trip from Colorado to New Mexico. Really good
Another
stuff
good shot.
from
Yeah.
Alex Bent.
I think a lot of people do that. Will be watching the live streams leading up to their squads to try and see what other people are doing, how they're playing the lanes, what they can do. A lot of people will come to the bowling alley, walk around a bit early. It's always a good idea.
Chris Clerk.
Great shot.
All right, Chris Clerk now with 210 possible. The player with the open back 8 is Tim Eichhorn, who started on 7 and 8. I'll let you know if he finishes that game out.
Oh.
This
218.
feels like a new tournament almost. Like, considering how high the scores are within this squad, which is what I anticipated to happen.
Yeah.
Now, again, the trick is, will they be able to manage to be able to put up score, and not a ton of score, but not give away too many pins as the block goes on, because that's been tricky. As the lanes continue to shift, and obviously the pair-to-pair situation in the building, that's been very difficult to maintain.
Yeah, especially on the right side, as the lanes start to break down, a lot of times it'll just, on this pattern, become tougher and tougher. The way your ball will fly for a lot of people, maybe not me, but for a lot of people, it'll just kind of fly if you get it even a little close to the middle. So as the day goes on, you're trying to just maintain that balance between it. I had the opposite problem. I was struggling the other way.
I feel that. 150 there for Mark. Francois, very professional, 218. Eichhorn did drop 2 more in the 10th, folks, so he's in the 270s. It will not be the high game. That belongs to J.D. Nance, who shot 289 squad 1 on Friday morning. J.D. actually had the front 10. I forgot what pin he left. 7 pin, maybe?
I think so. 7 or 10 pin. I was watching. I can't remember.
Oh, Eichhorn.
Great
I
job.
feel like he buried every one of those. Those were just 3 bangers
Just
in
insane.
the 10th frame.
So good.
278 for Tim Eichhorn. Well,
That's gonna move him up a lot.
make him a little nice little move. All right, so 7 and 8 is complete. 9 and 10 is complete. 13 and 14 is complete. And D-Ron with the spare in the 9th. He can shoot 228. Clark now can only get into the 180s. Needed that first one. Even to get started, of course. He'll make the spare. Tulsa with 2 left. All right, so as we wrap up, and before I let you go, Yadi, I want to ask about your, you mentioned the academic portion. You are returning to school, but not going on campus. You're going to do some online stuff. So what are you going to be studying? Nice spare.
Yeah, so when I was at Tulane, I double majored in art history and studio art, but while I was doing that, I also took a couple of digital design courses. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish that I'm gonna go ahead and finish up that degree right there too. I got a lot of it done while I was at Tulane, and I decided it would be a good opportunity to go ahead and finish it.
So you're gonna have 3 degrees? Wow. and so with these degrees, your plans are what?
I want to work in the museum space, museums, galleries, stuff like that. But I also would like to maintain in the bowling world as well. So, you know, logo design, things like that. It's kind of why I also decided to finish the digital design portion. I think it's kind of a nice way to balance out my passions for art and for bowling. So
It's a great plan. When you were giving us some of the recommendations earlier, you mentioned the art portions, and now it all comes together.
yeah.
Francois went right over to 9 and 10, and immediately was met with essentially 6 through the middle.
Great shot from Dion.
All right, so I'll ask you one more question. I asked this to Eddie Joe Torres yesterday about D-Ron and what his win meant to him, and what he also thought it meant to just bowlers from this state in general. So I would ask you, what does D-Ron's win to you? What does that mean, or what did his win mean to you? And then what do you think it also meant kind of as a state in the sport?
Oh my gosh, I think it meant so much. I'm a good friend of D-Ron's. I adore him. He's one of the most humble and nicest people you could ever find, especially in the bowling world. He's just so nice, so classy. And I mean, even before the win, everybody always loved him. He's such a star, and to see him win something so big was just incredible. We all knew it was coming. I think we were all expecting it. And when it happened, it was just amazing. I was in New Orleans with my mom watching it. I didn't have a TV to watch it on in my house, so we took the streetcar in New Orleans all the way to the casino and asked them to put it on in the sports bar. And they were like, yeah, we can kick off golf for the PBA. And I said, please. And we watched. I mean, I cried. He, not only just because we're good friends, but because he's such a good person, and he's such an incredible advocate for the sport. So to see that win is just incredible, and I definitely know it rippled through the community. I mean, the bowling alley and the casino he works at, they had it going on there. They had showings going on here. At basically every bowling alley I know here, we're showing it, and everybody was just so happy for him. And I mean, I think his win does a lot for not only just for people here, but for people everywhere, and I think especially for bowlers who are of color everywhere. I mean, his speech really just was so lovely, and a lot of people reached out to me too and were like, you know him, he's so nice. And I was like, yeah, he's so cool. Guys, he's just so incredible, and so I think it means a lot to everybody.
I appreciate that. Appreciate those words, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. This was so much fun.
You're welcome, and good luck in Green Bay.
Thank you.
I'll be
I
following from
appreciate
afar.
it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, that is Yarelis Alvarez. She joined us yesterday, or she bowled yesterday, I should say, hanging out for a little bit. Dana asking some of the good people of Rio Rancho, especially those who have come to the youth programs and are really starting to again bowl this tournament. Give them a little opportunity. Yarelis was very good for Tulane University. So with that, game 4 is now underway, and I'm going to guess that we won't have too many. I think we'll have about the same amount of players plus, but Tim Eichhorn, folks, 278. And I told you all 3 in the 10th were straight bangers. So Eichhorn's going to be in the mix. We saw Tim again on 7 and 8. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's going to finish on 1 and 2 if my counting is correct. So we may not catch him again on camera. We'll keep you updated on his progress, at least as best as we can, certainly on the scores. I mentioned Andrew Kane. He is now on 13 and 14. Boy, Eichhorn just left that pair. They're both left-handed. We'll see if that plays a role in any success Andrew might have on that pair. We'll see Kane in just a little bit. He's moving left, as mentioned. The squad is kind of moving quickly too, but that would make sense with the amount of strikes we've seen so far. Lavoie, Brad Harvey, and Mark Lucero all on 9 and 10. One other player there I need to get the name of, and then we'll get back to 5 through 8 here in a moment. Nathan Sabatos Trujillo mentioned he had taken, or not taken the lead, excuse me, he had moved into second place after 2 games on this squad at plus 45. He's on 7 and 8. We'll get a chance to check him out. Defending champion Francois Lavoie. The last few champions of this event, at least since my my time. Dylan Taylor, 2021, who is going to bowl squad 5. Cortez Shank in 2022. That was very emotional for Cortez. He recently had just lost his father, who was so important in his life. And a very emotional win there for Cortez. And then last year, Francois Lavoie. And of course, the last 2 years, the runner-up has been the same. It's been J.D. Nance. Can J.D. make it the old 3rd time's the charm scenario? Kind of like Francois, who had been close in recent years as well. In fact, Francois lost to Dylan Taylor in 2021. I don't know what Dave just made a ball change to, but boy, much slower response. It's a good change there on lane 6. Oh, well, Chris Clark might get a break. Keith Fung. There's D-Ron. Jonathan Miley over on 9 and 10 rounds out the 4 players on that pair. You're watching squad 4. One more squad coming up tonight. It's going to be at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time. It does look like everyone is now into game number 4, which means that Jeff Hemer will, and is probably already making his way, gathering scores for the next update. Certainly I don't know much about Nathan, but he does look like a very young player. Bowling pretty well. I don't know how many times he's bowled this tournament. D-Ron does look like he's in the IQ 78U. I just mentioned Jeff Hemer, and there he is in front of me. Writing down scores as we speak. D-Ron, super smooth. Oh, wow. That's a tough 9-pin there for Keith. I've been a lot of breaks earlier, but there's been a few more strikes overall, so. Andrew Kane update, spare double, spare strike. 13 and 14. Speaking of updates, Tim Eichhorn. Well, he's got a Verapapa. Well, as soon as I said something, he just stoned the 7-pin. As soon as I said it out my mouth, 7-pin stood up and looked at him. So Eichhorn did start with a double. He had the back 11. And the previous game to get to 278. Oh, okay, Land. Matthews, Clerk, Fong, and Trujillo. Steve Mackey set to join us here in a minute. The one and only. We'll get his thoughts on the early parts of this squad and how successful it has been to this point. He could probably tell me a little bit about Nathan here too. You know anything about Nathan?
Never seen him before
how about
in my
that?
life, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't know the man.
I was not expecting that answer.
And
because you know everybody.
There's two of them.
Yes.
And they're identical twins, really.
It's Zachary, I believe, right?
Yeah. Jeff and I both had to say who's who. So.
Well, he's going pretty well to start.
Yes. Well, we'll have a good look at him. Sabatos Trujillo out of Colorado, one of two twins here today.
Yeah, Colorado is bowling well. I know who was that who just mentioned Colorado? I know Justin's been talking about Colorado. And it was someone else. I think it was Debbie.
One of the bowlers from Ruidoso, he's actually the head mechanic at the 10-lane center down there. He just came to say hello, and of course Ruidoso Bowling Center survived those dreadful fires they had earlier in the summer, and then the flooding, and then closure of the town as well. So they've had their share of deals there. But I was trying to encourage him. I said, you know, if you're a right-hander and you're hitting the pocket and you're leaving 10 pins, enjoy it. Because the moment you start thinking, well, if I move left, if I do this, if I change hand positions, I'm going to get strikes. That's not going to happen. It's going to be a 150 for a million years. So I encourage him to kind of hang in there on that. He's coming up in the 6:30 shift. We're up to 165 entries at the moment.
some players who won the bowl on the last squad tonight.
Yes, adding a couple here and there. Hunter Mays just shot 246 down there. He's the new leader in this squad. 687. Brett Wolf 668. Tim Eichhorn 660. Deron Booker 647. He's 40 in the third. He just left a designer washout. Francois Lavoie 636. Nathan Trujillo 636. Andrew Kane 634. So we've got 7 over the card after 3 games. There was 10 a few minutes ago, so as expected from the previous 3 squads, that's typically the trend. Aileen Nanaris overcame a $1.50 in the first game, 232-211. She's in 9th. Jacob Gill 595, Aileen 593, and Kevin Jenkins 590. In fact, 18th place, Mark Lucero from Rio Rancho, 559. That's a little better than the scores we've seen in previous squads.
No, without doubt, out the gates, they were better. I should say the amount of people who were plus. So we had 14 after 1 game, or 12, excuse me.
Yes. Keith Fung on lane 8 there, won a tournament in Arizona last weekend. In a little bit of trouble here. He's got 500 for 3 games. Be looking to get quite a few more strikes. He's 49 in the third, a double in the 4th and 5th.
Well, do you recall from your memory kind of what the lowest, which year had the lowest cut score?
Well, you know, we've had the top 48 made the cut the first 10 years or so here, so a little different. But let's see, top 32, maybe 36 under or something like that, perhaps. If I had a day or two, I could probably research it. Yeah, probably in the 30s or 40s. It's a good shot for Josh Burnett. Josh, one of our high school alumni bowlers here. He was the anchor man for his team, and he's going to Arizona Christian College out of state and worked the Brunswick booth at the Nationals for the summer.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's a nice little summer gig.
Yeah, very good summer gig for him. And
solid.
In fact, he came back here to be with his mum and his family, who all bowl. And he said, oh, I can help you out down the back. And he mentioned an amount per hour. And I said, nah, I don't think so. So he's got used to excess, and this is a survival place, not an excess place.
Well, he's got the right thinking, though.
Yes. Yeah.
That's great. That's a nice start to a young career, though.
Yeah, real good and good experience.
Absolutely.
Paul Yoder lets him into the pro shop here, and he drills stuff up in there, so it is very good experience.
That's a really good squad they're building over there at Arizona Christian, too.
Yes, he's in the squad.
There was a young man I saw. His name is Dante.
Urabarri?
Yes.
Yes. He'll be in the next squad. He's coming up from El Paso.
Boy,
him and his dad run the Oasis Open, right. 6,000 on top in August. So we've got Carl's tournament in October. They're in September. We're in August. And Theo Duthert runs that good one down there in July. So,
yeah, that's where I saw Dante for the first time at Theo's event. Boy, he was 2 matches away from potentially winning. He can bowl. Look forward to seeing him again here.
He made the cut here last year and lost one of the later afternoon matches down on 15 and 16. I think he played Sean Lavery Spa in one of the matches last year. So he went deep here, and he was the youngest finalist here last year. Francois Lavoie on lane 9 and 10, 126 in the 7th, a strike in the 8th. And he needs to get Turkey to keep his 200 game run up, 201, 217, 218. And here he's on a 186 pace. D-Ron Booker in a little bit of trouble now. He left a washout on lane 5, and then he went through the face and almost left a Greek church, broke it up, barely missed the spare. Trouble for him. Again, no time for panic. I think Lavoie probably confirms what I said to that guy Ganaway from Ruidoso. 201, 217, 218. It could be 30 clean for all I know. And that's the stuff that cuts are made of. A lot of people are going to be disappointed by missing the cut here at this tournament in this field on these lanes by a pin or two. So they need to do all they can if they happen to leave a split.
Oh, Alex Benton has figured it out. It took him a little while to get going, but he threw the back 4 for 192 on 7 and 8. And has put his chips in on the table and betting on himself on 5 and 6, and right now coming through. Tim Eichhorn, by the way, folks, I know his strike run ended, but he's gone after that 7 pin I talked about. He's rattled off 3 more in a row. He is looking at another possible game in the 270s.
Well, let's have a look at D-Ron. He's right in front of us here, coming up on lane 6. And he's outside, smooth, oh, goodness, almost left a 7 pin. He's got a nut lane 5 out on this shot. He can't afford to even get spares anymore on lane 5. He's got to get a double somewhere and make a turkey out of it.
It's a really good shot there from D-Ron. Trying to manage. It's been a key word I've been talking about, managing.
Well, Dave threw that ball great. Ooh.
Yeah, he's made a move or a ball change, and he's figured some things out here.
He needed to. 170, 190, 170.
Wow. This clerk, aggressive, authority, as Steve Mackey would say.
Yes. 170, 220, 180, and a small 200 at the moment. Lavoie looking for a double. Ooh. Not happy with a 4 pin. It's going to put him under 200 for this game for sure. Fung coming to the light here.
Steve, for those viewers who may be new to the New Mexico Open, what's the format of your tournament?
Well, it's 8 games of qualifying. You can only bowl once. There's no re-entries. We'll end up with 165 people here bowling 8 games. So the 5 squads in 2 days. Same lane pattern put down each time. But as Dana was saying a few hours ago on the broadcast, the more times the lanes get cleaned off, the pattern changes a tad. Top 32 make the cut, and then they go into bracket play. Winners and losers brackets. 2 game sets in the winners bracket, and 1 game sets after the second round in the losers bracket. So it's pretty much do or die there. But look at this Trujillo, who no one has ever seen before.
Well, except for if you're from Colorado, because Colorado's been representing well today.
Yeah, very well. We've got about 25 people from Colorado. Sirigliano looking pretty sharp there.
Yeah.
See if Fung can keep going.
Talking about his potential ball change, but if I look at it again, it may be the same ball.
On a 4-bagger and got a Brook one.
Hey, we'll take that.
Yep. Yeah, all donations gratefully accepted. Let's have a look at D-Ron here. Here's his trouble lane. See what happens. That's better. He needed that. Not just for a double, but for a little bit of confidence to try and get out of the toilet here. He's 66 in the 5th. Lavoie has had a pretty solid game over there. Opened the first frame, and he's had all 9s and 1/8 since. Had a strike, then left a 4-pin on 9, and then a cold 9 on his 10th frame. So he's going to shoot 185 perhaps. Wow. Nathan Serrano Trujillo, a turkey. Gave that goal a good hoik out there on the lane. Probably hit the dots when it landed.
Just FYI, folks, we've got a front 8 alert over on 1 and 2.
And it is a person. It's not a misscoring scorecard. They're like hen's teeth. They're hard to find. J.D. Nance, the tournament leader by a long shot, had a 10-bagger in front of us yesterday. Left a somewhat weak 7 for him. And that is the high game of the tournament so far, 289. A lot of big games coming up over here. We've got who is that? That's Ed Thorman. Won one of the sweepers earlier this week, standing, nudging himself up against the ball return. He's going to walk pretty straight and throw down the twig. And let's see. Yes, he got it. Wow. No, left a 10.
Left 10 pin.
We can't see the corner pins on 1 and 2, so we don't need to change our glasses or anything.
Yeah, I watched that on Thursday night too. Did he win Thursday night Super or one earlier in the week?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
He won Wednesday. And Sirigliano looks terrific. Goodness.
Yeah, either that's a different phase 2 or it's the same one, but he's figured out from an angle perspective through the fronts how to keep that more in line. It could have just been 7 and 8. That was a bit tricky for him as well as we know it can be.
Well, here's D-Ron desperately seeking not Susan, but a turkey. Ooh, that better hurry. That was never going to make the turn. A lack of fingers there, and have to partial bucket. So his best score now, assuming he spares this thing that isn't any gimme, is 193. That'll take a 4-bagger, which includes another necessary strike on his tough lane 5. Straight ball, good thinking.
Boy, Nathan just doesn't waste much time. Good game plan after understanding, again, what everyone else certainly is doing, and he has backed it up to another 4-bagger. Chris Clerk trying to put a big game together, finish off, I should say, a big game.
Well, Dave Tolson's going to have a good one here. He's got 95 in the 5th and then a 5-bagger on 3 and 4. And That's going to get him over the card probably by a couple of pins, even if he doesn't get a strike on the fill. Chris Clerk, an early winner of this tournament. 2008, lane 8. Very experienced player, has done a lot of bowling overseas. It's the head pin on that one. He's in the 220s though, and that'll get him up over the card as well. So that 7 people over the card is going to increase a little bit. Well, I'm surprised Ed Thorman flagged that 10 pin over there, but he struck the first ball in the 10th, so he's got a potential 267. And this is the first squad that's bowled on 1 and 2. The 1 and 2 in the house shot here in leagues is either a feast or a famine, so it looks like they've got a little bit of a smorgasbord over there on that lane today. Sirigliano won't be happy with that. Ooh, goodness. Wow. He needed that spare to get over the card. We might have, we could have 8 or 9 over the card after this game. Here's Booker. Trouble. His potential now down to $181. 225 for Fung. Doesn't do him any harm. He had 500. He was 100 under. All of a sudden, just 75 under now. Oh, goodness. That hit a patch of oil in the middle and sailed 62 feet and 3/16 of an inch. That thing never moved a hair. He's dropped from a potential 220 to maybe 180 or 190. Good game for Clerk, 222. Gets him 3 over for 4 games.
T-Rob going to be up trying to save 180 here in a moment.
Tyler Albrecht asked a question, but first, Tyler, I'll ask you a question. Where the heck are you? You should have bowled here. This shot right up your wheelhouse. Let's see, Brad in some trouble. He was 69 under for 3 games, and I'm not sure what he had this game. I'll update it when we get the scorecard.
Ben trying to save at least 220, but 2 more in the 10 gets him in the 240s. That's really tough when you got a big game out there and unable to just capitalize on it completely, especially on this. Tenpin made for Nathan Trujillo, and now he'll go to the bag, it looks like, on the fill. Curious if he's going to give reactive a look.
Land Matthews, a local bowler, bowls a mean 2-handed backup ball, and lives quite a ways from here. He lives the other side of the mountain. That ball really hooked. 225. So Nathan Trujillo now 61 over for 4 games. Not bad for an unknown.
If anyone else has any info about Oh, wow.
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 Shocking. Absolutely shocking. It looked like it was going to get at least 9 or even a strike, and an 8-10.
Even, yeah, Fitz almost left an 8-10. I don't know if it was on that lane or not. He almost left an 8-10.
Could be the
down here.
rack. Doesn't look like the rack, but there's got to be a reason for it. Bounce. 158. So Booker now 5 over the card instead of 47 after 4 games. Still over though, which is a good thing.
Wow. Well, D-Ron's going to move right on over to 7 and 8. I'll be back at it here in a moment.
Tyler just wrote back. He said, thanks, Steve. I've been in a big slump lately and taking a break from competition for a bit. Need a break before I feel like quitting the sport. Well, Tyler, I can tell you something, mate. I've been around a few years. No one ever got out of a slump by not doing something.
That's fair.
Yeah, so keep bowling. Even if it's just in the scratch league over there in Amarillo, or come over for our scratch match play tournament on Labor Day weekend. Innovative Auto Solutions, the sponsor of that. 1,000 on top. You've won one of them at least over the years, and you came here once in a slump when you were a lot heavier. So I'm encouraging you to go bowl somewhere soon.
You're like that dad who, you know, like Tyler's got his mind made up on what he was doing, and then you talk to that, like that dad or that granddad, and they tell you, and then you go, yep, you're right. Yep, I'll see you there.
Granddad, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Emil.
I got
Actually,
two.
I could
got
be a
two for you.
grandfather. I'm 75.
I got a couple. They'd love to meet Steve Mackey. Jeff Flores, you know, Jeff, I wanted to ask you earlier, what ball were you throwing? Because at the time, I mean, you were kind of moving a little further left than the rest of the field, and it was looking pretty solid. And I was curious what ball you were throwing, and then, you know, what made you decide to do what you were doing at that particular time.
Jeff bowls league here a couple of times a week. He's bowling the scratch doubles in summer, and he's probably going to be doing the might do the draft league, but I think he's doing the Wednesday night trios in the fall as well. Jeff out of Southern California, so he cut his teeth over there and not here, and we're real happy to have him bowling in this house. He won 2 high game awards as well in the 3rd squad that he bowled this morning.
Yeah, he was putting in work.
Yes, he's powerful. I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley on a night when he's having a rough time. He's a big boy.
Ed Smaglick has moved over to 3 and 4. Troy Blickenstaff tough into his final game. Trying to get that one to hook from a mile away.
Yes. I think I've mentioned this before. Did you see the movie Taken?
Yes.
Good luck. Bringing it back from there. Not going to happen. Well, Ed Thorman up on lane 4 just had a big game, and that's going to get him off of page 2 in a hurry. We've got a score sheet here with 20 names on each side. And he is now only probably 60 odd under. Not bad.
It's a big game. Ooh, all right, D-Ron.
Wow.
How about that?
Now, I'm old enough. There's probably a few people watching here that are my age or older. Do you ever remember the big game hunter in the 40s and 50s? His name was Frank Buck. Frank Buck. And his program in black and white on TV was called Frank Buck's Bring 'em Back Alive. he was a big game hunter, but he never killed any of them. He brought them back, and if they were injured or whatever, he fixed them up, put them into zoos and whatnot. And very good humanitarian type guy. Well, here we go with Brad Harvey. Tyler, you're asking about him. He's right in front of us now. And Andrew Kane, not far away, USBC Hall of Famer. Not sure what Kane did in the last game. 11 and 12 is a dead pair in this squad. He was down on 13 and 14. I think he shot over 200, so he's in pretty good shape.
Well, Troy's starting to make him work a little bit.
Well, we've never had a two-handed winner here yet.
Really?
In 19 years.
That's actually an interesting note.
Looks like we'll have a few of them in the finals. That's for sure. Fung trying to build on that 225 a moment ago. He was 100 under. He's now 75 under. And he'd like to get a little less than that. Chris Harnish, we just had him interviewed on 92.9. He was thrilled to be interviewed. He's the scratch tournament winner at Monte Vista in southern Colorado. It's a tournament in a small house up there. I think they're wood lanes, I'm not sure. And gets a big field of Coloradans and New Mexicans up there every year. Around has a good time that weekend. That's usually early in April. And have a look at Mike Lee's shirt. There's quite a few of them around. Ed Thorman's wearing one of them. They're some of the bowlers that Demos Quintana from Innovative Auto Solutions sponsored. He sponsored 7 bowlers in this tournament, paid their full entry fee, as well as being one of the naming rights sponsors to the tournament. So thank you again, Demos.
Well, that's pretty impressive. Very generous. An opportunity to put more players in the tournament. Be seen. Kathy says, hi, Steve.
And there's an answer for you from Jeff. Folks, when you're watching this, if you've got access to the computer and you'd like to send us a message or a note or a question or something, we're very happy to answer it. Very happy. If we don't know the answer, we'll pretend we're a politician and tell you anything that we think you might want to hear.
I mean, if you don't know the answer, then I know something's wrong.
Good shot for Clerk, cold 9.
Appreciate that info, Jeff. Players who have moved in today have thrown something that's very, very clean. I've seen shiny balls go down the lane when they've moved in, righties in particular.
Well, D-Ron's going to stick with that extreme outside line there. And that same ball, and that's a good effort on lane 8, bringing it back. That's always been a tight lane, even when it was wood here. We've had these synthetics down now for 10 years. Cupica AMF, installed by the guy that did the ABC tournament for years, Joe someone or other, I think. Can't remember his last name. Master installer. We never closed. They did 4 or 6 lanes a night during the summer, July one year, and we ran a scratch tournament the first weekend that we had the whole 24 done. And Bob Dillman, who bowled yesterday in the early squad, set a house record. He shot over 1,600 for 6 games. It was a real sweet. In fact, that tournament, 16th place to make the cut was 232 over on the house shot. Different world today.
What was the biggest scoring difference when you made the switch from wood to synthetic?
What was the
scores just zoom up immediately, or it took a while?
The guy that installed them said it's going to be real easy here for about a couple of weeks, and then it'll settle down. And I chose Cupica AMF lanes and approaches, particularly the approaches. The approaches in this house are really predictable, even in humidity. You still get a consistent slide. You're not slipping and sliding or sticking all over the place. You know, I know a lot of the approaches over in the West Coast are the other brand, and they're a little tacky. So I purposely picked, I wanted to keep the wood approaches and put the synthetic lanes in, but we had a little bit too many dips and troughs in it.
Kurt Lucas said, Steve, good to hear you're doing well. Wish you could have made it out this week.
Well, let's have a look at Nathan again. He can't miss.
Just keeps on putting it there. He's not missing the 1-3, which ultimately at the end of the day, that's really what everyone is trying to do on their respective sides. Hit the 1-3 or the 1-2. You do happen to hit the other side of it. It's not a bad thing the way I've seen. There's been some decent Brooklyn carry.
All right, well, he's adopted the Ed Thorman area on the approach, has D-Ron. And take that one.
Speaking of Brooklyn?
Yep, take it. And if you get a Brooklyn here, you better take full toll of it. They're few and far between. Kurt Lucas, he was one of the first people that we hired here when we bought the place 25 years ago. So, Kurt, you've got to be at least 40-something now. And he used to like, you know, he's a young guy then. And he had a couple of girlfriends, so we gave him a good nickname, Skirt Lucas. I think that's you, Kurt. And apologies to your wife if you're married. I think you are.
How are you going to have Kurt answering questions? Oh, boy, Troy is in some trouble.
Hard to Hard to keep that slow speed up on this approach when everyone around you is flying by. Kevin Pennington sent us a note, and yes, Tyler is a New Mexico legend. And Kevin, I don't know where you are either. What are you doing this weekend? You should be in this field. You've got no business missing these type of tournaments in this area. Boy, let's have, can we see that one again?
Yeah, that was interesting. But Nathan keeps putting it there.
Good shot for Mike Lee. Couple of doubles, a miss in the middle, 75 in the fourth, double going. And here's Deron on a double, trying to capitalize on that Brooklyn he had a moment ago. And he has done that. Trying to improve on that 150 odd that he had in the last game. He is still over the card, however. Brought a lot of notoriety to bowling in the area, and got a huge cheer last night when we introduced him for the Pro-Am as the USBC Masters champion. Deron out of California originally as a bowler. Relatives up in Illinois, your neck of the woods. In fact, he qualified in the early squad last year on the Friday.
Yeah, I remember.
Flew up to Chicago to surprise his elderly grandmother. She was just so thrilled to see him. It was a real blessing for the whole family up there. And then he came back for the tournament on Sunday. That's dedication and love right there. Here we go. Oh,
that's a rare hit too. I've been talking about righties not getting that lefty seven, or I'm sorry, the 7-pin to go in the light mixer, and now Nathan figuring out a way to get that done.
Might have some deadwood coming up here on lane 8. Ah, yes, Keith Fung, 220 and a turkey. And we have been flung the score sheets again. So the new tournament squad leader, Tim Eichhorn, 898, 278, 238 the last two games. Nathan Trujillo, 861 in second. Andrew Kane, 860. Brett Wolf, 854. Hunter Mays, 821. Francois Lavoie, 818. Dave Tolson had a good game there, 809. Deron Booker, 805. Chris Clerk, 803. Kevin Jenkins, 802. Mason Robinson, 802. So we went from 7 over the card, and now we're at 11 in that one game. And Booker in trouble again with the 4-9. Probably tried to adjust from that Brooklyn and left a 4-6 instead. I bowled the state senior tournament on 7 and 8 one year, subbing for someone who couldn't get there in time. I got 5 Brooklyns in a row, and someone came over. They said, "Are you going to adjust anytime soon?" I said, "As soon as I quit cracking Brooklyns."
Sirigliano strikes again down on 3 and 4. Lance Emerson said hello, Bible.
Hi, Lance, and here's another one that should be here, ex-New Mexico Bowler of the Year, in a couple of Hall of Fames in this state. Look at this guy. Wow, he almost carried a light hit. And Kurt Lucas wrote back, he's got baby twins.
Yeah.
So
look where life has taken us.
congratulations, Kurt. Fung on a turkey. Make that a 4-bagger. Light hit mixer. 8-pin fell off the back of the deck. And he's all of a sudden looking to make the top 10 or 11 in the squad. And Tyler, you're asking about your mate Brad Harvey. He's on a roll here, 5-bagger in the 230s at the moment. In fact, Tyler, Brad can go off the sheet and end up being just 10 pins under. He's currently 26th in this squad, 90 under. FYI. Mike Lee on a turkey. Wild hair shot. Took off running left. Robert Lawrence, a former US Open winner. Tied for a high game, you did, Robert, with JD Nance. You both had 233 on the end pair in your squad. And if we get 164 people, that'll be 41 places that we'll be paying. We pay 1 in 4. Thorman in trouble again. He's missed 3 spares already this game. He's had 7 frames and he's missed 3 spares and had 4 strikes. Harvey again, 6-bagger. Going to get up close to the number, the expected number, if he keeps this up. Let's have a look at Chris Harnish. Couple of Chris's on the first page of the 2-page score sheet, and Chris isn't one of them. Still looking for him. Oh, he's in more trouble than Speed Gordon. 170, 149, 162, 169, 142 under. Having a good game here, but he'll need a couple of good games as well as this one to make a mark.
Let me drop the top 10 in the chat for you in case you missed it. Steve did run them, but I'll run them again in the chat. Scores after game 4. As this one started to slow down a little bit in regards to squad pace, they're still striking stuff. Tim Eichhorn, he's kind of developed into the story, but Nathan Trujillo is also a story. And it was a big number at minus, I'm sorry, at 32nd. I think it was still minus, let me look that up.
Andrew Kane, week 7. Going to shoot 210 if he makes that. That'll get into about 870 something. 1070, I should say, for 5.
32nd was minus 168, by the way.
Minus 168.
That was after 3 squats.
Wow. Of course, that's irrelevant.
Yep.
So thanks for the information.
You're welcome.
Emil. Hold 9 for him. Brad Harvey right in front of us here. One of the twins, his brother Zach bowled earlier. Head mechanic here at Tenpins and More. And out the window there, but a 6-bagger is 240 something. Won't do him any harm. Chris Clerk got a difficult spare in front of him. He's 3 over going into the 10th frame here and made that tough one. Going to shoot 2-0, so he'll still be over the card. Cover for Harvey spare. Let's see, Kane 217, so it gives him 1077. A lot of good games over on 9 and 10. 217, 2-0 something. Chris Harnish dig out of a bit of a hole that he's in. He could go off the sheet for 250 something. And bowler D could get 230. Looks like the house shot all of a sudden on 9 and 10.
It's been decent during this squad. One of the first 2 games was really good. Great shot there. D-Ron.
Wow.
Threading the needle, basically.
Did you ever see old films of Jim St. John? He won the World's Invitational in the 60s. He won a couple of PBA titles. He was out of California. He used to bowl the twig. And that was right out there.
Big bounce back here for Mr. Booker, reigning USBC Masters champion. Chris Harnish.
Harnish, lucky star there. 7-10, looking at him for a moment. Well, strange game for Ed Thorman over there. Strike, open, open, double, open. 2 of those were single pins. One of them was a 7-pin, and then a turkey. He can actually shoot 214 with no spares. He'd like to do that. He just had 256 on 1 and 2. That would get him to 55 under if he can go off the sheet. And that sounds like a significant number. A couple of people have thought that 55 under, which is Steve Klompkin's score, might be enough.
Yeah, that seems to be very, very the number 4 lot.
Well, here's Fung. Fung's going to get over to page 1 with this game. 7 for 219. That's 944 for 5 games for Keith Fung. Good effort. A Lazarus type performance for him coming back from the dead. Land Matthews completing the foursome over there. He's going to shoot 2-0 something. So we've had a 217, 237, 201 and a potential 209. Harvey 247. Helps him a great deal. Gets him to 957 for 5. Very good. Well, Nathan flagged a single pin here, lane 6. And, ooh, a nasty 310 baby split, not easy to spare on this condition. So he looked like he was going to shoot 210 or so, and now he's battling to get 2-0.
We'll still take it, though. We'll take 202.
Jonathan Miley, one of our league bowlers here. Very good support from our league bowler community, particularly at this center.
It's pretty impressive how the league players do continue to come out every turn, which is great.
This is the biggest percentage of New Mexico bowlers in the total field that I've ever had. Probably, I don't know the number yet because we've still got a squad to go, but it could be 50 to 55% of the field.
Do you know, I believe his name was Richard Abrantes? Does that name sound familiar?
Who?
Abrantes was his last name.
Oh, yes, Abrantes.
He made a 4.9 yesterday, and he looked like someone who was still on the newer side of bowling, but you can tell he also had been getting some coaching. I just briefly asked him how long he had been bowling. He said a couple years, really off and on. Great shot, D-Ron. And but yeah, he said he got back into it recently and been kind of full go. But yeah, made a 4.9. You could just tell, like, he wasn't, and I admired him for bowling this, right? Because if you're still newer to the sport or just getting back into it, and nice job by Jonathan Miley on striking out.
Yeah.
But I admired his will to just kind of go out here and see what happens.
Well, I'd never seen him before. He came in the other night during the sweeper, and I said, "How about bowling the Pro-Am?" He said, "Well, I might be thinking of doing the main event," and he signed up that night, and he may even join our draft league. So he's bowling up in the Heights, Silver Lanes, and probably Holiday Bowl, I imagine. Well, Booker's going to shoot 223. Won't do him any harm after a 158. He'll get to 28 over if he makes this spare. Very good spare shooter, incidentally. Goes for every split. The top bowlers try not to leave even one pin on the deck that they have the ability to hit. And Thorman is up in the 200s. No spares. 203 for Ed Thorman. Good effort for him.
That's two good games in a row for Ed.
256 and 203 back to back. Hard to put three good ones together, I must say. And I like this color scorecard that you talk Jason into.
Well, I've been trying to figure out a good color that comes across on camera. Well, pink was not one, and so, you know, if you're in the building, they look great.
Yeah,
I actually do think it looks better. You might use this color all the time now. But you know, sometimes when we point cameras, that depending on like monitor, brand, and all kinds of stuff, contrast, etc. Some things come across better, some things don't.
Well, just talking about how the color is
looks
so
great
nice,
in the
and now it's red.
Well, you know the man to tell. You can make it that color the whole time. It doesn't have to change.
Timing stinks.
We're going to have Andrew Kane, Mike Lee, Chris Harnish. For all of our Chris Harnish fans, he's going to be right here on 7 and 8.
He's the high school bowling coach up in Colorado. And as I said before, he won the very difficult Monte Vista Pro-Am tournament back in April. Well, Harvey had good timing in the last game. Let's see if he can do that on lane 6. Very good start. Cold 10-pin, but good speed and aggressive as well.
Ed Smaglick told me last night he was happy he didn't have to bowl the 7 a.m. Their group, of course, bowling now in the afternoon. Got another day of past champion bowling in Squad 5. Dylan Taylor's coming up tonight. Just about 3 hours from now, actually. 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time, 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern.
I like Dylan. He started a trend on Facebook called LOTD.
Leave of the day.
Leave of the day. And he's had plenty of opportunities from this tournament for sure. Do you remember the old Gunsmoke
I actually do
series?
remember that, yes.
Hello, Mr. Dylan.
That's how you greet Dylan every year.
That's how I greet him, yeah. A hug and a hello, Mr. Dylan.
Dylan was a, you talk about maybe people not knowing who he was. Of course, I was new to the tournament, so I didn't know who he was. But he made people realize immediately what he was about. Unique approach and stance. Those of you who have never seen it, of course, be on the lookout for that tonight.
I've got a league bowler here. Ken Friedrich drives down from Espanola. That's a 80 or 90 mile drive to bowl league here a couple of times a week. Never misses a tournament. And he also faces east, due east towards the Sandia Mountains, and then turns around as he takes off. So Dylan, you've got a clone. Nathan down on lane 3 and 4. Have to wash out first ball. 4 usually hooks more than 3. We're getting a good look at Thorman's
Well, I don't know what, and I've seen Ed bowl before at this tournament, but he's for him, I'm imagining he's making it very simple.
Yeah.
Well, up 2 or 3, and let's see what happens after that.
You know, on almost every quote sports shot.
Nice spare, Mike Lee, though.
Yeah, simpler is greater score.
Kyle King has moved over to 9 and 10, and last couple times I've seen Kyle, he's had some weird or strange breaks or non-breaks for Kyle.
Lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, he's been putting in the work in the gym.
Yeah, he has. Good game. Good, solid game. Well. Andrew Kane, one of the leaders here, tugged out the 7. Martin Neal on lane 10, having a pretty rough tournament here, but him and his mum own a sandwich shop in downtown Albuquerque, and that's a tough place to have a sandwich shop, but they do really good business with all the office workers around there. They were able to survive the COVID closures, They're able to survive COVID closure down there, and he brings me in a sandwich every so often. He's a heck of a sandwich maker in that shop downtown Albuquerque.
What's the name of it?
I'm not sure that it's his mum's name, and I can't think of it. Claudette's or Claudia's. Claudia, it could be Claudia's sandwich shop. Oh, Ed.
I know you've been at this obviously for 20 years, but you know, every time I come here now, I start noticing newer, you know, kind of sponsor plates underneath the monitors. Which obviously, I know the business never stops. You always say you take a couple days off after the tournament is over, and then you go right back at it for the following year.
Yeah, it's pretty much year round. And you know, in a federal election year economy, asking sponsors for money is like pulling teeth. Some of them. I had 48 sponsors in 2023, and I had 40 this year. And those 8 companies are all still around, but just doing it tough. And you know, that's the way it is in federal elections. It's been that way when I operated centers on behalf of AMF down particularly in South America. Wow, that was, talk about tough economies down there. We built a 24-lane center in Haido in Buenos Aires, and it opened in the winter school holidays. Reasonably tough part of town, within a shopping mall. We had 2 levels there. We had a 200-seat restaurant downstairs with a 200-piece game room, a bit like round 1, and then we had 24 lanes upstairs, a pro shop, and that was about a little snack bar. The first month in winter school holiday, very cold down there in Buenos Aires, we took over $1 million in revenue in 1 month. So the guy calls me up from there, the manager. He said, "Steve, I need to spend some money." I said, "We just opened the place 4 or 5 weeks ago. What do you need money for?" He said, "You know, the carpet at the top of the elevator, the escalator from downstairs," he said, "it's worn through to the concrete."
Wow.
Worn through
Traffic.
to the concrete in 1 month. Unbelievable.
If you happen to be just joining us, folks, this is game number 6. Game 6, 20th Annual New Mexico Open. Love to hear from you if you want to let us know where you're watching from. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We got tournament organizer Steve Mackey. 20 years of doing this tournament in particular, but a lifetime's work in the bowling industry and bowling center management. Here at Tenpins More at Rio Rancho, New Mexico. The story here, this squad is, well, it was Tim Eichhorn. Nathan Trujillo has been a very nice story, just because you're from a, you know, understanding who he is perspective, just learning about him. And, it's a good time to learn about players when they bowl well here at the New Mexico Open. Defending champion Francois Lavoie bowling pretty well overall. The reigning USBC Masters champion D-Ron Booker from 2024 earlier this year just shot 223 and overcame a $150 game. And as I talk about him, unfortunately just ran past the 2.8. But this squad overall is higher scoring as I thought it would be. It's going to be the highest scoring squad as a whole, without question, unless something drastic happens in a negative way in the last 2.5 games now.
Yes, D-Ron, you can blame Emil for that. He's just giving you a good rap, and all of a sudden the kiss of death, and that's the end of it.
Wow, great shot, Cam.
Yeah. Ooh.
Andrew still got it, of course.
Yeah, aggressive. offensive.
When's the last time you bowled? Like actually bowled. When's the last time you picked up a bowling ball?
Oh, I usually stop bowling league in summer about 2 weeks out from this tournament. I've got too many bits and pieces to tie up, and I'll be bowling league on Monday. Our senior league final couple of weeks comes up this week, and I'll be bowling Monday, and then I'll be bowling league on Wednesday. My average at the moment piddling in the low 190s. Very disappointing. Lost a bit of interest in playing the sport when our governor left bowling centres closed here for almost a complete year. You know, I rarely close bowling centres for any reason. I've had hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, fires, you know, plagues of pestilence, you name it, you know, frogs, all of the plagues in Egypt I've had, and I hardly ever closed. I closed this place. We had it for, let's see, 21 years before the COVID, and I closed it for a total of 2.5 days in 21 years. All of a sudden, I'm closed for 11.5 months through no fault of my own. I mean, it was just shocking to me. And I didn't understand it because strip clubs were open, rock climbing, you know, no one was cleaning the rocks up in these rock climbing places. They never sprayed any of the rental shoes. They had, these kids had to go up the wall in house shoes, more or less, and never cleaned any of them. And, you know, the governor's office and I had a bit of a chat about that. Well, we can't let, we'll open you for a couple of months, but we can't let open play, and that'll be just league bowlers because they've got their own shoes. And I said, our house shoes are probably cleaner and better infected than anything you've got on your feet up there in Santa Fe, I can guarantee you. Anyway, that's all ancient history now, I hope. I never want to hear about COVID or any of these other pandemics again. They need to go back to the hell they came out of. Hunter Mays on the screen, 3 and 4. He started with a turkey, week 7.
Is this is Chris Harnish wearing one of his, maybe the high school's jersey that he coaches, or is that something different?
Not sure. Might be a high school jersey. The Scorpions.
It is the high school jersey. Team, did they bowl the uh-oh.
Wow. A 3 miss.
Yeah, that's,
boy, that's like giving away the winning lotto ticket before you check the numbers. Goodness. This came straight off his hand and down the drain.
I was going to ask about the school that Chris coaches. Did they bowl the National High School Championship tournament? I saw a logo up top with the year, but I couldn't figure out what tournament.
Yeah. Well, it's almost always back east, or the year we went there twice with our high school winners, and one was in Sarasota, Florida, and the other one was up in Fairview Heights in southern Illinois, and very expensive places to get to, both of them. So I don't know if too many teams west of the Mississippi go to that event. We'd love to. Be a good one to get going here on the west side of the Mississippi, but that's a heck of a lot of work. I remember being in that Fairview Heights place. It was a 50-lane house.
Yep.
And boy, scary. You couldn't move there. The concourse is about as wide as a bus seat, and it was a tough place to get around in. And there were so many people there. I think someone called the fire marshal, and he stopped people coming in. He said, I don't care if you're bowling or not, you're going to stay out here till someone leaves. And it's in the middle of summer in Illinois, so it was not a place to be stuck outside in.
Yeah, I bowled there a ton of times.
And then upstairs, they had the paddock was upstairs, and almost the whole of upstairs was bowling balls. And I mean, I don't know how much weight they had up there, but it was scary being in that place. Great tournament, all the same. Mike Nitre runs it. Well, no strikes yet for Nathan, so he's in a little bit of bother on 3 and 4. And he just struck for the first time, 5th frame. Kyle rode out a potential 4-bagger there and left a swish of 7. D-Ron, double, spare, split turkey. And looks like Andrew Kane's going to probably get to 100 over after this game. Well over 100 over. Good look at Ed Thorman's lineup here. Very deliberate. And that'll be okay. Good shot. Good shot after a 3 out.
He actually starts right at the gutter on the approach and then walks to the left at that crossover step, gets him back into it.
Yeah. Geraldine and Ray Chavez tuning in. They just moved down here to Rio Rancho from Santa Fe. In fact, Santa Fe's nickname is Santa Pay. It's a little expensive to live up there, so we're happy to have them down here. They're bowling league on Tuesday night here, and we're very happy to have them around. And someone's asked me how I met my wife Dano. Well, interesting story. I was a bowling promoter in Australia, and I was the tournament manager for AMF. We had about 38 bowling centres. And I was looking for something to get the game on television, and I came up with the International Challenge Cup. It was a challenge series between 7 American women pros and 7 Australian high average bowlers. Carol Giannotti was one of them. Of course, she's now in the USBC Hall of Fame. Anyway, Dana was in the team, and I met her in Melbourne for the first time. She was the only pro bowler that I hadn't met at a tournament up in Rockford, Illinois, and I asked someone who I should get. I wanted a left-hander, and it was her and Alita Sill and a couple of others were mentioned, and I ended up choosing Dana, and the rest, as they say, 37 years later is history. We got married late in 1988 here in Albuquerque at Calvary Chapel. Skip Heitzig's still the pastor there. And then she and I lived in Sydney until 1991. And then I moved to Fort Worth, Texas in 91, working for AMF Bowling Centers. And then we built a house here in Albuquerque where her parents lived. And we're still here. We've been in the house we built here now for 24 years. So, Thelma, that's as much as I can tell you.
It's a good story. You got some scores over there, Steve?
Well, Keith Fung caught 2 doubles. Let's have a look at the scores. They snuck up on me while I was telling that story. as Jeff is wont to do. Tim Eichhorn, the leader, 106 over. Good effort. Really good effort. His last 3 has been 724. Andrew Kane, 77 over. Brett Wolf, 70. Nathan Trujillo, 65. Hunter Mays, 56. Francois Lebois shot 220 after a 182. He's 38. Deron Booker, 28 over. Kevin Jenkins, Chris Clerk and Dave Tolson, all 4 over. So we went from 11 to 10 over the card now. 4 3 times. And then it jumps to 28, 38, 56, 65, 70, 77, 106. Mason Robin hanging around underneath that, 995. Aileen Linares, local lady here, after a $1.50 start. She's only 12 under the card now, so she's done well. And Brad Harvey jumped from page 2. I think he was let's see, 21st place. He jumped 8 places with a 247. He's only 43 under. Good effort for him. Well, this is going to certainly send the cut number up from our crummy predictions of yesterday. A lot more than that now. Andrew Kane on a 6-bagger. Could take the lead. Eichhorn's the other end of the house, so we're not sure what he's doing. Eichhorn barely made it here. He got here about 2 minutes before the squad started and got stuck in some traffic here in Albuquerque. Albuquerque's famous. You know, in Albuquerque you can buy a used or a new car and none of the indicators work. It's amazing. Mine works, but hardly anyone else's does. And you know, when there's a wreck on Paseo del Norte or 528 or something, it doesn't even need to be a wreck. You get all the gawkers looking at someone changing a flat tire at 3 miles an hour. They'll go by.
Everyone loves to stop and watch.
Yeah. Unless you're driving somewhere and you've got a deadline to meet. Eichhorn just got here in time and taken full toll of it. 190, 192, 278, 238, 208.
Yeah, that 270, 230 back-to-back is the one. That included a Verapapa 300.
Andy Verapapa won 2 National All-Stars or BPAA All-Star tournaments back-to-back in his mid-50s. Don't make him like him anymore. Of course, there weren't as many young bowlers as we see today back in the 50s and 60s. Mike Lee's going to shoot another 200 here with a couple of opens and a gutter ball spare.
Yeah, he turned this thing around quick. For a couple of spares missed, that's 220, 230.
Could have a big game here for Kane, 270 potential.
Oh.
A butterfly cold 8-pin. King, good shot. He can shoot 230 here. And he needs it. He's got 909 for 5, 91 under. He could shoot 238 here. That'll get him into the minus 50s, which could be the number given the quality of this squad.
D-Ron. A lot of supporters back there looking to make the 210 in the 10th frame. Couldn't make it. He shoots 203.
Yeah. 31 over. And Fung showing that last weekend's Fung showing that last weekend's win in Arizona was no fluke. Oh, Ed, goodness. Well, there's something different.
How about Troy?
Versatile.
Well, I can tell you that there's a couple two-handed righties who can definitely and have learned how to play them on the other side.
Yeah, Sam Cooley, the Australian from the city of Wollongong, south of Sydney. He bowled a backup tournament in Europe a few weeks ago. Threw it back up at a 1500 for 6.
Simonson would be Anthony Simonson would be, if necessary, and he'd probably take a look at the scores and say, yeah, I'll give that a try.
It's one pair is the written rule. That's impossible with locals. They would never understand that. That's why I didn't announce anything. So
Nearing the end of game number 6, folks. We are approaching the 4 o'clock hour, Mountain Time.
Got a crowd in here too.
Yes, we do, for the final squad of the night. And tonight at 6:30 p.m. Mountain.
Oh, goodness. That was a...
That's very difficult to do.
Tell you what, if one of his high schoolers had done that in the championship match of the Colorado high school tournament, he'd never see another lane as long as his backside pointed to the ground.
Ed Smaglick looking to strike to get to 236.
Smaglick, let's have a look at him. He needs it. That'll get him into about 50-ish under. Not bad.
Big game there with 2 to go. Yeah, that's tough. He went straight at that. Of course, the ball was going left to right, but to just take off the 3 and the 6 there, the 1-3, that's tough.
.191 for Brad Harvey. Hasn't done him any harm. Gets him to 11:48, 52 under. That's proving to be a significant number, 50-something under. What a game for poor old Ed Thorman here, flagging 3 spares in the middle. His spare game sucks.
Is he local?
He was. He used to bowl league here and over at Holiday Bowl, and then he's in the military, so he ended up in Colorado, going to North Carolina in a couple of weeks for business. He's in terrific shape. Good student of the game. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strikes and a gutter ball spare, and no spares other than that, and a 9 spare in the first. Strange scorecard.
His execution, if it was a little bit better. I mean, we just watched him have the front, what's it, front 8?
Yeah.
2 games
front
ago?
9, yeah. Front 8, yep. Well, let's see, Fung over there, 223. That's a big help for him. He's now only 33 under, so that cut number, what did you say, 35?
That's a 40.
40 odd?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hunter Mays. Let's let the 3, 5, 6 over on 3 and 4.
Damn pen back.
Oh, what?
Lane 4 specifically. Spare would put him in the 220s. And I think that's Mason Robinson over there. No, he's on lane 2. Somebody's on 3. Who is it? Oh, it's Nathan Trujillo. Okay, he can get to 225 with a double in the 10 frame.
Oh, fast 8.
The old fast 8.
Yeah, good shot. Could have been get them down to the 2-0s. Still in very good shape. Well, got a good few bowlers coming up here in front of us on 7, 8, and as well as 5 and 6 and 9 and 10.
Yeah, Kyle King's moving over to 7 and 8. Smaglit's over here. Lickenstaff over to the right.
Looks like I need a breath mint. No one's talking to me.
No, I think you're doing okay. I can tell you that. Now we got a good group here. I will say though, if you don't mind, hey Lonnie, if you don't mind, as you enter, please hit the thumbs up on the broadcast with this thing trending in the right direction, of course, and subscribe if you have not already to Bowlstream TV. More bowling live streaming coming up over the course of the year. Shout out to the good people in Waterloo, Iowa, the Midwest Youth Main Event. That's upcoming on the schedule in October. And maybe some other news and notes and some events as well before the year is complete. Thinking about doing some podcasts. You'd be a great podcast host, by the way. Or definitely a great podcast guest, for sure.
Who?
You.
Oh. What is a podcast?
Well, it's essentially it's morphed into a couple of different things, but it started as a solely an audio only medium, if you will, where you would basically just interview an interview medium that has gone now from audio to both video as well. And with the proper branding and marketing, you too could be a podcast millionaire. But all seriousness though, you would definitely be a great podcast guest. I am considering starting on one. There are so many bowling podcasts though already.
Yeah, but not with you hosting one.
Yeah, I know, and that's what most people say. But I'm a big fan of college bowling, so that might be my first foray. I might try to make it around college bowling just to give it a little bit more coverage that it deserves.
Well, I would be an interesting guest on a college-oriented podcast because I never went to college.
Well, no, but I might do something specific for you.
Well, we've got some interesting players in front of us. Having a look at Patrick Roper for the first time. Patrick on the SWAG regional staff. Ran a SWAG tryout a ball event here, and very happy with the results. We sold over a dozen balls that day, in the middle of summer. He's from Farmington, up in the northwest part of the state. Four Corners, it's where 4 states all meet. Farmington, a 32-lane house. Chad Franks and his son run that place. They added some lanes years ago. Oh, about 10 years ago now. Actually, maybe 11. Hosted the state tournament this couple of years ago, and we are hosting the state tournament here at Tenpins More in May of next year. That'll be a big event here every squad I expect will be full for 3 weeks.
Like a singles, doubles team?
Singles, doubles,
Okay.
and teams. It's the open tournament, so
Okay.
that men and women bowl in it. And was in Clovis this past year at 24 Lane House over there, and we're really looking forward to hosting it again. In fact, that was the last time I ever bowled a 300. I was in the last squad on the last day of the last weekend, and I shot 202 and 195. Couldn't miss the pocket. I was clean in those 2 games. Couldn't buy a double. Dana said, move about 3 or 4 left and show it with a bit of authority and see what happens. I shot 300. That's the last one I had. Nice spare.
We got one in Juan's End for some college bowling broadcasts. There are actually a couple. Shoot, the name is leaving me right now, but there's at least one. This is done other bowling media, of course. I mean, we're in the content creation age, not only in the world but certainly in the industry. We'll take that Ed Smaglet. I've seen, even like a Cubic. We were talking about Cubic AMF. They do, I believe it's called Beyond the Frame.
Yes.
They talk to various industry folks that either use Cubica experience, talk about products, reviews, etc. Has John Lucido ever been here? We talking about Cubica. That's like the guru of Cubica stuff, scoring specifically. But man, John Lucido, that dude knows everything about Cubica.
He's up in Sun Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've met somewhere along your travels in this industry.
Yes.
See if Mr.
Hunter Mays throws the ball with enormous speed. Maybe the fastest ball down the lane. Not far behind is Kyle King.
It's game number 7. At about this time this morning, squad, it felt like it got a little bit quicker. And I feel that the last couple of games we've seen the strike tallies kind of dip a little bit. A few more 2-shot frames going down. Ooh. Take it when you can get it, Chris.
Smaglik took a large group of students over to England recently and put a ton of pictures on Facebook. They did all the sightseeing tours. My wife and I love going to London. We've been there a couple of times. I had a niece, Carolyn, that was living there for 25 years. She just moved back to Sydney to be close to her mum, my sister Sharon, and her husband John. And we loved visiting there. And we saw the show in the East End. It was the Tina Turner story. And the person that played Tina did a fantastic, I mean, that was one of the best stage plays I've ever seen. And the music was fabulous, just fabulous.
He was
Real
just
old theatre. Sorry, it was a real old theatre. I remember that. It was ancient theatre, probably built by one of the kings.
But you said he was just in England, huh? Ed?
Yeah, Ed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Where haven't you been, honestly?
Well, I've been to 31 countries with this sport of bowling, and some of the unusual places I've been to, I guess, Reunion Island in the West Indian Ocean. It's down near the island of Madagascar.
Okay.
And AMF in Australia built a 10-lane centre there, and I was helping them drill balls. I drilled 29 balls in 2 days. That was the last time I ever drilled bowling balls, as a matter of fact. And so that's an unusual place. I supervised a 40-lane house in Anchorage, Alaska. And I told my boss, Doug Stannard, I said, well, Doug, thanks for giving me a center in Alaska. You know, I'm living in Fort Worth at the moment. And that's a long ways up there. I said, I'll go up there in March. He said, well, I'd actually like you to go there next week. It was the 28th of December, 6 feet of snow on the ground, pitch black. I mean, you know, I don't know if I ever saw the sun on that first trip there. It's quite a busy 40-laner. I ended up taking 3 professional bowlers up there from the women's tour. It was Leanne Barrett, Anne-Marie Dugan, and Dana. And we had a fantastic pro-am night up there. It was on a Friday night, 40-lane house. We must have had 200 or 300 people in the place at least at this event. So that was kind of an unusual thing. I've been to Tierra del Fuego on the southern tip of South America on the way through to Auckland. I did a TV show in Auckland. It was the first time they'd had bowling on television there, 1984. And the co-commentator was a well-known sports figure over there. He was a cricket commentator. And they said, well, you can do the bowling with this guy coming in from Australia. So I meet the guy, and he said, they've been trying to show me this scoring deal here, how you score bowling, a spares 10 plus the next ball and all. He said, that's going to confuse the viewers. He said, I think we just need to do this and that. I looked at the producer. I said, this guy's on his own. I said, I'm not changing the scoring of a bowling tournament because he can't add 2 numbers together. And I said, you know, I don't know what a silly mid-off and a knuckleball and all that is in cricket either, but I watch it.
Right.
You know, who the heck is he trying to change our scoring pattern?
Some people have said that's why bowling is not in the Olympics.
Oh, rubbish.
That's one
Bowling's
reason.
not in the Olympics because no one in the bowling business has given them millions of dollars, probably, to try and promote it as a. I mean, they've got breakdancing in it.
Yeah.
And that girl from Australia, goodness.
She represented well.
Oh, yeah. 0 points. There's probably some reasons bowling isn't in the Olympics, but I doubt our scoring system or how about if we had judges here? You know, like they do
for bowling?
Yeah,
that'd be interesting.
Torval and Dean got ripped off in the Olympics. You know, the Olympics is the Olympics. It was nice to watch. Not so much the opening ceremony, but the people that you know, gave their all for 4 years to have maybe a few seconds in some instances, or maybe 2.5 hours in a marathon of glory. You know, I don't know what the reason is that bowling's not in the Olympics, but you know, it's had its opportunities. If it can't get in Los Angeles, tell you what, in 2032, it's probably got a rough outside chance of getting in Brisbane, Queensland.
Olympics are in Australia?
Yeah, 2032 in Brisbane. Yeah.
Oh, well, we need you to go to work then.
And
we got to start this right now.
There's a couple of very good promoters in the Queensland bowling business. Gail Torrens is one of them. Gail, if you're watching this or you hear that I've said this, you get your thinking cap on. Bowling has definitely got a chance. You got Jason Belmonte, you got Sam Cooley, you got young Bork, Callum Bork from Perth now out in the tour. You've got Carol Giannotti over there in Perth, a 16-time winner on the women's tour over here, and She's a Hall of Famer here and in Australia. You know, you've got a few opportunities to. I'll be 83, incidentally, so you can forget me.
No, we got to have you.
I'll be well retired.
You're going to be a torchbearer.
No, a torchbearer.
You'll be a torch holder. You'll be out there.
Like Muhammad Ali.
If it's in Australia, you got to be involved. It wouldn't even be right. I think everyone would agree with that. Appreciate everybody tuning in too. Moving this thing on up. Hit that thumbs up for us. We got Steve Mackey, the tournament organizer, calling it like it is, that only the way Steve Mackey can. My name is Emil Williams Jr. here with Bullstream TV. Game 7, Squad 5. No, I'm sorry, Squad 4, I beg your pardon. Squad 5 is coming up in a little under 2 hours. In fact, about
6:30.
Yeah, a little over 2 hours at this point. Kyle King is, of course, with each squad, you anticipate players to watch the previous squad, make sure they don't make the mistakes that the previous squad may have made and make it look better. And I've been talking about people who've been able to play in. Kyle's been in at least for a while. I don't know where he started, but he's got the best shape I've seen of anybody who's played in today. Maybe except Jeff Flores, and they were doing it a little bit differently with ball choices.
Yeah, look at Hunter Mays here, boy. Oh, get out of here.
Wow.
Hey, I'm going to write that kid an invoice. He's broken about 10 pins already.
I feel like
I
this
just
is
put
true.
him in the machine the other day. Haven't even paid AMF for them yet. Punk.
Well, he and his brother, I mean, you talking about overly talented.
Well, he had a house record here in one of Jeff's JBT tournaments. I think he averaged 265 or something for a 8-game set in a JBT event here. Wow. And talking about JBT, we have the Youth New Mexico Open coming up here about a month from now, the 21st and 22nd of September. We've got 7 Australians coming from the city of Brisbane to bowl a challenge match against New Mexico bowlers the weekend prior, the 14th and 15th, and then the Youth New Mexico Open on for the 10th year. And Jeff will be back for that. We've already got 47 pre-tournament sign-ups. It's a multi-entry event. The kids can bowl up to 3 times to try and make the cut. There's a scratch and handicap division. Tenpins and More, we're adding $1,000 to the prize fund, so we expect a payout of maybe 3 or 4 grand depending on the final entries. And that tournament is the first event of the Mountain West JBT Championship Series. First time we've had overseas bowlers in it as well. And some of those kids are quite accomplished. A couple of them are now up living in the Brisbane area, and originally they came from the North New South Wales coast town of Ballina, which has a very successful, busy bowling centre there, according to my mate Tony Roderick. And I'm not surprised they've produced some champion youth bowlers. In fact, Tony, if you're watching, send us a note here. Tony and his wife Edie live up in Harvey Bay, and Dana and I visited them in March this year. We went down to Australia for a bowlers reunion in Melbourne, then we visited family in Sydney and ended up at Tony and Edie's house in Harvey Bay. And they're installing a lot of string pin setters in retirement villages there. They've got them all over the country. 4 lanes here, 2 lanes here.
Wow.
I don't think anything's bigger than 6, and he showed me how the cubic or AMF edge string machine works. It's pretty interesting. Certainly probably going to happen in the future here in American commercial bowling centers, I'm sure.
Well, there's a few centers that people that I've seen just post about have already made the jump, if you will, give it a try, or give them a try.
There's a good comment from Ken Friedrich. He's the Dylan Taylor lookalike. He said, when cornhole makes the Olympics, maybe bowling. Good point, Ken. I mean, they've got some stuff in the Olympics. And, you know, bowling people have said, well, you know, when it gets in the Olympics, everyone will want to go bowling and it'll be on television all the time. All I saw on the Olympics was volleyball, beach volleyball, basketball that's on 52 weeks a year here in America. Hardly saw any boxing. You know.
Yeah, I don't think you're right, actually, about
you know, break dancing. They had that on for at least 10 minutes here in Albuquerque. So the fact that it gets in the Olympics doesn't mean it's going to be in anything but the highlight show at 11 o'clock at night.
That's true. I think, yeah, you did need to have a few extra channels or at least Peacock to be able to, you know, if you wanted to watch something specific, then you definitely need a Peacock because you can watch by sport. I watched actually handball.
Handball, you know, it's, I mean, they say they want all-inclusive sports and with men and women. Handball's played in half a dozen European countries. I've never heard of it in Australia.
Wow.
Oh, goodness, he's on fire here.
Kyle King has just got it. He's got plenty of area, came on back, made that quick jog as bowlers like to do when they know they got away with one.
Yeah.
That ball might have came back from Brisbane.
Yeah. Or as they say in Australia, it might have come back from the black stump.
Goodness gracious. Again, he's had the most area I've seen of anybody. Even when, like I mentioned Chad earlier, even Nathaniel Duran this morning, he got in with something clean, looked to be okay for a little bit.
That should be illegal, Hunter. Where are all the naysayers when you need them?
He's again, he and his brother, they're just, to me, the small, the little things. You know, spare shooting. I think obviously those are important, but they continue to improve upon those. They're going to be tough to watch. They're tough to beat.
Breaking news. Breaking news. This is the news flash. Andrew Kane, the new leader, 13 and a quarter. Nathan Trujillo, 205 for 1270. Francois Lavoie added a 223, 1261. Chris Clerks, 254, got him to 58 over. Tim Eichhorn had a $145. Other end of the house, 1251, so he went from first to fifth. Brett Wolf, 1247. Deron Booker, 1231. Kevin Jenkins, 1227. Dave Tolson hanging in there, 1219. Aileen Linares, 1210. So we've still got 10 over the card here. And 55 under. 15th place, Bradley Harvey has 52 under. So that 55 looks like a good thing. And it's probably going to go lower than that, maybe into the 40s. Very interesting. It'll be an interesting finish to this squad. For sure, game 7. A little bit of trouble over here on 3 and 4. And dreaded lane 8. And Kyle King out to dry there, 2-8-10. Andrew Kane, the leader, got a little bit of a limp there. Is that normal on the way back there?
You know, To me, no, but I said the same thing in my head, but, you know, I can't remember. I saw Andrew a few months ago, so I can't say. I can tell you that if this was John Mayer, though, John Mayer did tell me he's dealing with some sore ribs. Kyle King tried to go for that one.
Kyle probably should have gone for the 2 there. Threw 2 pins away. It's going to be close. It always is here, always. And in the last 5 years of the New Mexico Open, we've had 2 Sunday morning roll-offs at 7:45
right.
in the morning to break a 32nd place tie. An unfortunate place to be. Jacob Gill on the list now. Let's have a look at some of these other folks as you continue to type these other people in. Mason Robertson, 14 under. Hunter Mays, 6 under. Keith Fung, 33 minus. Jake Gill from Albuquerque, 44 under. Brad Harvey, Ed Smadlick, 213, 234 the last couple of games. Kyle King in 17th place. Mario Chavez hanging around at minus 66. Oh, there's another screaming 8-10 on lane 8. That didn't look too bad on the way in. Well, Mays is up here on lane 5, and he's had 130. In his last 3 games, Hunter's had 134, 235, 138.
Wow. This is somewhat reminiscent of what we watched from Steve Klimkin last night, but his struggles happened back-to-back games 2 and 3, and then, you know, kind of obviously maneuvered his way to get to minus 55. Almost had more, certainly late. A couple of hits that just didn't quite go his way. But no one is immune from a 130.
No, no one. See how King comes back from this disappointing 8th frame. Roper, probably like a small 200 here. Harvey looking for turkey there, left a wobbly 7-pin. Harvey at minus 52, and he's got a small 200 going. So he needs to make his spares and get a few strikes here and there.
Juan, as I mentioned, this is the Mike Miller special in regards to the lane pattern. It is undisclosed. To my knowledge, I don't know if it's ever really given out per se. So if you wanted to use it, great shot there for Hunter. If you wanted to use it for something, Ben making a joke about using it for the Grand Canyon University team trials. I don't know if you could, because then it would be out to the world, if you will. There are some smart players, I can tell you that, though, who bowl this tournament. And those who, some of the folks who bowled sweepers this week, just having some conversations about what they saw during the sweeper and now, and you know, they've got some guesstimations on, you know, what might have been tweaked early on in the week, prior to, of course, competition beginning. Mike Miller, but he should have like a poster or something, like an icon or something in the building. As soon as you walk in, it's like the Notre Dame thing, play like a champion. Or, you know, if you're going to Akron and Tournament of Champions, you know, and here enters the world's greatest bowlers. When you walk through Tenpins and More here, right on the ceiling or right where you can see it, prepare for the Mike Miller special. Well, Kendall is back. Kendall, we talked to you way early this morning, and here we are again. Different squad. I'm in the same seat. But Steve K will not be bowling again unless it's tomorrow, because you cannot re-enter. One and done here at the New Mexico Open. Makes part of the allure, if you will. You get 8 games.
He is minus 55, and that could be the number. 195 for Smaglik. That leaves him at minus 63 with 1 to go. You know, I never quite understood why the pro bowlers throw the spare ball at warp speed. Doesn't do anything for their timing, except screw it up.
It could be also used as a de facto stress reliever.
Yeah, I suppose it's more. Oh goodness, what a weird fill that was. 187 for the tournament leader. 112 over now for Andrew Kane coming into the last game. And Brad Harvey's going to pick up a couple more sticks here as well.
I know 2 players who and both of them have expressed some situation where they maybe should have bowled. But I've just been watching Ed, and even though, you know, some of the execution has been off, but when he throws it good, and when he's solid, he normally strikes or at least gets 9. And he has not moved from the gutter, like has not moved in 7 games.
Yeah. Well, let's see. King shot 209. Could have been a lot more before the last 5 minutes or so. He's at 55 under. There's that number again. It's almost prophetic.
Well, you've already called the tie, so we know it's happening in the morning.
Yeah. Luke Richard, who was a very good bowler here in the Albuquerque area 15 or 20 years ago, asked his Mike Miller left-handed, Luke, you need to quit drinking so early in the day. He knows Mike quite well. No, he's not, but it's nice to see a few lefties in the final. Not always happening out on the men's or women's tour these days. So
this might be the year of the lefty.
Like the right-handers, when you get bones thrown at you, you better bury it before the other dog gets it.
Game 7, 1 game left.
Let's see over there. Not much happening on 3 and 4. And 195 for Hunter Mays, maximum. That'll put him 11 under with 1 to go. Harnish still on the other side of the scorecard here. He's not going to make it at 120 odd under.
It's like 9 and 10 is going to be the first pair over here to get going. I mean, folks, if you really wanted to play the gutter this week, this is it. This is the weekend. Got to execute well, though. Your execution has to be A+. There'll be a little bit of a delay as we get. We got to wait for 3 and 4 to finish up. Of course, those players will move. The 2 on the right lane specifically will move over to 5 and 6. We should have. And somebody's about to move over. Looks like maybe Michael Larcy. He's finishing up his 10th frame on 13 and 14.
And it looks like D-Ron shot a decent game over there. Looks, I can see quite a few strikes over on the scorecard, a little out of our eye range here.
I see Eileen Linares is putting her equipment up over on 9 and 10. So I think it'll be Linares and perhaps Michael Arce. Is it Arce or Arce?
Not sure.
Ed Thurman headed over to 9 and 10. They'll be, they're going to get started here in about, I would say, 2 minutes. So while we have a moment, if you got any questions, as Steve has mentioned, go ahead and throw them out. Anything for Steve? Tournament running. 20th year.
20 years.
This tournament.
Goodness. I ran the South Pacific Classic for about 11 when I was with AMF in Australia. That used to bring people from all over the South Pacific area, and we also had Norwegians in it and English bowlers. We had quite a field there some years. Paeng Nepomuceno, who won the Bowling World Cup 4 times. He's in his 60s now. Just opened a new bowling center in a Manila suburb. I think it's Paeng's Eastwood Bowl, and extremely well-known figure in the Philippines. I bowled there in 1969, my first trip to Manila, and I was practicing at Makati Bowling Center, and this older man came over. He said, "Oh, would you mind giving my son a few pointers?" And I said, "Oh, no, that's fine. I'll be finished pretty soon." Went over, it was Paeng. He was 14 years old at the time. So he and I have actually worked together with AMF. He was on the AMF staff of Champions, international staff, and I brought him down to South America, and he toured our bowling centers in Brazil and Argentina, and heck of a guy. He came to Australia quite a few times for promotional visits. We brought him out for the 25th anniversary of the sport down there, and I had him doing a TV interview for the 9 Network in Australia at Rushcutter Bowl, and the Playboy Playmate of the Year was there doing a photo shoot for another magazine. She was on the low end of the house, and he was down on 19 and 20 or something or other, and she came over in this really skimpy bikini. Paeng's wife, Pinky, looked at him and she said, "Hey, just take a picture, all right?" And hurry up about it. It was quite funny.
Paeng was, I've heard a couple stories about Paeng over the years. One of the best.
Really a nice guy too, and so gracious to all the bowlers there. He gives coaching lessons. He helps newcomers. Him and his father-in-law Jose Puyat have a chain of bowling centers. Jose started it years ago. He's the AMF pin setter and scoring distributor in the Philippines. So they were able to create a lot of interest in the sport over there. And of course used paying to promote that. I remember he was a senator in Ferdinand Marcos's government, and still always very well known man of integrity. Jose sends me a Christmas card every year, and I went there in 1999 to visit his bowling centers and give them some tips on promoting the sport and so on and so forth. Arrived at Manila Airport, there's security everywhere. And he said, don't worry about your bags. He said, we've got that. Just walk right through, everyone bowing and scraping to Jose. It was really quite a nice experience for me. And Bill Thompson, another American bowling center manager, was with me at the time. We had quite an interesting visit there.
That's Steve Mackey, the tournament organizer, giving us the experiences of himself and certainly everything about this tournament as only he can. My name is Emil Williams Jr., courtesy of Bullstream TV. GT, Kyle shot 211?
209.
209.
Yeah. 209, that gets him to 55 under. And Brad Harvey is going to add 216, so he's now only 36 under if he can strike on this fill ball on lane 4. Hunter Mays has moved right just a tad. Aileen Linares, I don't know what she had in game 7, but she was 10 over after 6, only for the 6-10 on lane 10. Very good spare shooter. Dana was her coach. In fact, I remember giving her first lesson, the first time she ever bowled here. She was just a young girl and bowling a league up at Starlight Lanes, and then she became a high schooler and a freshman. And she came down one day and, well, I'm going to try bowling. We were down on lane 16. She was using a 10-pound house ball. And I was scared stiff she was going to break my toe dropping the ball on it. She could not bowl for nuts. Oh, I thought, God, this is a tough gig here.
and look where she is now.
And look at her now.
This is great. Well, she's moving toward another match play appearance. That's what she's moving toward.
Well,
2 in a row.
Question asked about Keith Fung. I'll read you his scores for the first 6 games. Interesting, and he started his good run in front of us a couple of hours ago. 192, 151, 157, 225, 219, 223. So before the last game, we don't have that in front of us yet. Minus 33 for 6 games. So your mate Keith doing pretty well. The 8th game here at the New Mexico Open, particularly in the last squad, always very interesting. You see a lot of folks actually take out a shotgun and put their foot up on a table and take close aim at it. I mean, there's a lot of folks shooting themselves in the foot in that last game. Let's hope it doesn't happen in front of us. Come on, Aileen, wake up. No more of that. Lane 10 typically hooks more than lane 9. That one never came up at all. A bit of thumb down there.
All right, so we'll see Kyle King. Who else is going to be on 5 and 6? Kyle King, Martin Neal. Looks like Jacob Gill's going to finish on 5 and 6. Go back to that here in just a second after the Eileen opportunity. And she will take one.
Bad count for A-Lane, 43 in the third.
Oh, that's tough there, Martin. Good shot. No love on a 10. I think I finally figured out a good solution for our score viewers, or scoreboard viewing. Thelma was asking about that a little earlier. Thelma, if you're still listening, let me know if that's a little better, or anyone else. It looks a bit where it needs to be. I think I figured that out. Hunter Mays, raw power. It's a simple situation of once he and his brother really figure it all out. You know, they go out and bowl all types of stuff now. A lot of PBA stuff. I'm not sure if they're members. They might be. But man, like once they turn the key, they will unlock, I think, every piece of talent that they have.
Trouble for Gill.
Theo Duthay in the business, checking things out. What's up, Theo? Hope all is well. Theo, where are you? This is Theo's. This is right up Theo's alley. No pun intended. Last time he was here, he finished in the round of 8, I think.
Made the show and almost ran the ladder.
Theo made a show too?
Yeah, finished third that year.
How about that? Well, I missed that year.
He
bowled last year too.
Yeah, he continues to credit the New Mexico Open with improving a lot of tournament bowling in Arizona. And we're grateful for your support there as well. A lot of bowlers from, in fact, Colorado, second most number of bowlers outside of New Mexico this year.
Still trying to get you an Illinois bowler.
Well, you could bowl. Show me how to turn a couple of these knobs here. And so it looks like Theo says here he chose a trip to Disney. Did you win Super Bowl or something, Theo? Well, he finished third probably the last year we had Wood Lanes, which was 2013, I think. Theo, you can download our tournament program at tenpinsmore.com. Have a look at the 19 years of historical results there, and that'll tell you what year you did make the top 5. Jacob Gill here on lane 6. Step back. Jacob promoted the first, I hope, becomes annual Albuquerque Masters up at Silver Lanes a couple of months ago, and in the final match, Deron Booker beat Bradley Harvey from West Texas 212 to 184.
Since I've been coming to this event, and you first told me about Jacob Gill, I keep waiting for him to kind of take that next step, because he's another player. You can just see it. You can see that he's got what it takes to make a long run.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got to get to match play first and foremost, but he's got that ability.
Yeah. Well, he had 11.56 before this last game, so that was 6 games, 44 under. We keep on talking about 55 under making it, so he wants to get a good game here.
Nice spare made, I think it was a 2-4-10 by Ed Thorman to our right.
Yeah. Here's a guy with a good game, Mason Robinson. Love his run up to the foul line. A lot of potential. Good form.
Where's he from?
Colorado Springs, I think.
Like he bowled. Maybe he bowled in Phoenix recently. I've seen him. I feel like I've seen him recently.
Well, he's 12th, 14 under before game 7. We don't know what he did there. So he's certainly looking like he's going to make the cut. And Aileen Linares, a spotted bother over there. Twice on lane 10, left a washout the first time there, and then adjusted and gone through the face for an unlikely split conversion. 476. 476 probably gets spared less often than the 710.
Wow, that was a tough break there. Kyle King just went straight at the, what was that, the 369?
Yeah, 369.
And then, of course, it deflects as he's going to go back up at it and only takes the 3-6 off, which is kind of wild.
And he missed a single pin in the first frame, so. Oh, no, he didn't. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Uh-oh. Wow. Well, you say Hunter can make you say uh-oh, and then
well,
the ball just comes roaring back off the spot. It's crazy.
Charge him for broken pins and also damaged pin kickbacks.
Yeah, he's got a significant tab building.
Yes, you better win it to break square. 13.5 grand on top to the winner. He's already done a couple of $100 worth of damage here.
So 13.5, which is more than last year, which was 13, and that was a record.
Yeah.
The last few years, that number keeps going on up.
Yeah.
If you could give some advice to a new or first-time tournament director or someone who wants to replicate what you've been doing, like we just talked about Theo, and he's put his feet in the water. Carl Long has put his feet in the water as well. So what advice would you give someone out there who wants to maybe do something like this in their respective area or state, city? What would you say to them?
Well, start small with big dreams. Start with a plan. You're going to run it for 5 or 10 years or 20 years. This one, 20 years. I didn't think I'd be running this for 20 years, to tell you the truth. But I always had a goal to, at one point, try to get it on the now defunct World Bowling Tour, or even.
Which you did get there.
Yeah.
For a couple of years.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we're on it for a couple of years. But start small with big dreams. You know, start with four or 5 grand on top and try to build it up just a little bit each year. Well, we've got some scores here. That's my advice. I'm happy to talk to anyone about it. Let's have a look at them. Andrew Kane, the leader at 112 over. Chris Clerk, 254, 246 the last 2 games.
Oh, wow.
Picked up 100 sticks. He was +4 when he left us. And wow, 104. Brett Wolf, 82. Francois Lavoie, very consistent, 77. Deron Booker had a 243 that game. I thought I saw a lot of strikes down there. He's at 74. Hunter Mays, 63, right in front of us. Tim Eichhorn, 53. Nathan Trujillo, 50. Kevin Jenkins, 29 over. Aileen Linares, 21 over. In a bit of trouble here. Dave Tolson, a pin under, so there's still 10 over the card in this squad. And it's going to push the number up considerably.
That's a good comment there. Theo, I know you were certainly inspired. Speaking of Matt Jones, he's going to be here for Squad 5.
Matt Jones, the high game last year, 297 in Squad 5. Can't remember what Matt left. I think he went high and left a 3.610 or something. I'm not sure.
Every time I see Matt Jones, he's got the front 11 somewhere.
Pretty good names here in the top 5. Look at this. Andrew Kane, a Hall of Famer. Chris Clerk, World Bowling Traveller. Brett Wolf, ABC Masters Champion. Francois Lavoie, looking at this tournament to try and win 3 consecutive scratch tournaments in a row. Jonesboro, Denver, and Rio Rancho. And then the USBC current Masters Champion, Deron Booker. Heck of a top 5.
I mean, this squad alone could have just been the tournament field. Like, that's how deep it was.
Would have been a small prize fund, but yes, it could have been. Well, Aileen Linares coming up on lane 10, and she's in a bit of a world of hurt here. Right now, she's looking at a $1.50, $1.70.
And she was
Gotta
21 over?
She was, and she just jagged a Brooklyn. Praise the Lord, Aileen. Aileen very involved in her church and youth group. She often brings them bowling here in our glow in the dark sessions. Talking about bowling here at Tenpins and other centres where you live, don't forget to sign up for a 4 league. It's our bread and butter. It helps us pay some bills. Please join a 4 league wherever you live, and if you're in the Albuquerque Rio Rancho area, you've got league houses, Silver Lanes, Skidmore's Holiday Bowl. Here at Tenpins and More, and Starlight Lanes up at Santa Ana Casino. A couple of other houses in town. Kirtland Air Force Base has leagues, but the others are more or less family entertainment centers. Not sure if they have any leagues at all. But please join a league wherever you are.
I don't know whose ball hits harder, Hunter Mays or Kyle King, or Chris Mays for that matter.
Well, it'll be a toss-up. Oh, almost. Well, Aileen needs to take full toll of that gratuitous Brooklyn. It gave her a double.
Let's cut over to Aileen real quick here.
Nervous shot. Mike Miller's been her coach for a couple of years now. And a lot of improvement in her game and her ability. Has no problem bowling against the men. Wow. You better have his strength to be able to do that. The ball would have hit the ceiling tiles for most. Kyle King.
It is somewhat of a talent to be able to kind of stop yourself in that quick situation.
Well, probably trying to stop himself because he's 63 in the 5th.
It's a big shot.
Not a good time to take aim at the foot. He's 55 under with 1 to go, and that's the number we've been talking about for the last hour or so. That's where Steve Klompkin is from yesterday. See if he can have a clean release here. Oh, goodness. This
sounds kind of similar to what Kyle went through last year.
Yeah. Not a happy camper down there on that pair. 63 in the 5th. 3 opens in a row on lane 5.
Brett Wolf just made a nice little either split or washout.
Yeah. Looked like a split from here.
It's a pretty historic pair down on 15 and 16. It's not every day you get 2 Masters champions bowling on the same pair. D-Ron and Brett are finishing up game 8 together.
Wow. Like the sighting of a dodo bird. Well, they're both going to make the cut, so we might see 2 Masters champions in a clutch match tomorrow.
That'd be great.
Match play tomorrow starts at 8 o'clock, and folks, if you're watching and you're wondering if you're going to make the cut, top 32 make the cut, and if you're not in the building physically in front of the tournament director Jeff Hemer, you will be replaced, and not by a machine but by someone that hopes you don't get in the door in time, so don't dilly-dally around in the parking lot.
What time should they be here?
7:45 or earlier. I strongly recommend you get here at 7:30 just to avoid any concerns.
If you get it going right off your hand on this pattern, even though the gutter is available, but if it's going right early, way too many channel dwellers on this. Kyle King in a must strike situation. Wow.
Oh boy. Talk about 8th frame jitters. He's really in.
He's in a situation. He's at what again? Minus 55? Right?
Yeah, minus 55. He's lost at least 8 here, 92 in the 5th. But he's got the 4-9 to contend with.
Oh, make it.
I always throw a slow hooking strike ball at that. I don't like leaving splits, but I like going for them. I spared everything at least once.
7-10,
7-10, 7-10. Spared at that on 15 here. Spared the big 4 on lane 5.
You spared the 5-7-10?
5-7-10. Here's a good story.
Let's talk about how you left this 5-7-10.
Oh, who knows? Bad rack. Probably a bad rack.
That's what they all say.
Usually say.
Come on, Steve.
A piece of garbage that I threw down the lane is probably more like it.
That's right.
But so in the old days, 16-pound rubber ball, 3-pound 12-ounce pins, 5-7s were, part of the furniture. They were like 10 pins these days. You'd leave a 5-7, 8, 10 or something or other. And I got pretty good at sparing 5-7s. I used to leave them a lot. So 3 to 3.5 boards to the left, same speed. And so one night there was a whole bunch of drunks watching me practice after the lanes closed. And oh, we heard you spare the 5-7. I said, yeah, I can spare it a bit. Well, we were going to bet you. We'll do it anyway. Long story short, the mechanic set up the 5-7 on 16 lanes downstairs, and I spared 14 of them. And got $200, which at the time was 4 weeks' salary. I was getting $50 a week. And I was real happy to take their money. It stopped a couple of them from drinking, probably.
Well, any story where you take somebody's money, especially in bowling and involved, is solid.
Well, Aileen needs this spare for a potential 176, and that'll put her just under the card, but I'm sure she'll be safe with 3 under.
Let's go back to her real quick. 7-pin. Where was Ed Smaglin? Was he close? 80, 63 under for Ed.
Got it.
It's going to be a 184.
Yeah, 184. That'll give him 79 under. Probably not enough. Well, King is under a great deal of pressure here, and he knows it. After that 4-9, that was a really good shot, actually. He's 100 in the sixth. And he really needs probably 210. Oh, a bad count for A-Lane. 6. Oh, well, 172. She's 7 under. Mason Robinson trying to make something out of nothing. 49 in the third, a 4-bagger. And he's coming into this game at 57 under. So he's shooting a small 200 pace at the moment. King. Oh, King, take it. Take it and use that as a relaxer. It's like a Valium. A Brooklyn when you're desperate.
Well, I got to say, though, I've seen Hunter a few times. This is the best I've seen him bowl. You know, he had his hiccup, obviously, during the block. He's rebounded well. And the times I've seen him in the past, he's had some issues from, you know, spare shooting, missing some single pins and different things like that. But, you know, without seeing every game of his today, but to me, this is the most complete he's looked in my time seeing him.
Yeah, yeah. Well, as you get older, you get a brain. You know, it's hard to put an old head on young shoulders. And these two-handers are great strikers, but the spare game leaves some to be desired sometimes, particularly going for count on splits. That's a big game to finish 250 on. So he's safe at home. He'll be 120 over. In fact, might end up being the
squad leader.
Top 3, or at least the squad, squad top 3 for sure. Kane's shooting a small 200, 2-0-ish, 3 and 4. All right, 259. Very nice out there, 7-bagger. That was a good 7-bagger too. King. Oh, are you kidding me?
Good Lord.
Get out of here.
I tell you, I told you, man.
That sucks.
Kyle, we've talked about this the last couple years. We get to the last game and something weird happens to him these last few times at this tournament. That's about as harsh of a 7-pin as you can leave.
Yeah.
Downright disgusting.
That's the speed on the ball did that.
Who else left one of those today? Someone else left one of those today.
Yes, they did. I can't remember who, but they weren't real happy about it either.
Tyler Masterson.
Tyler.
He was going down for
a string. Yep.
He had like 6 in a row.
Yeah.
It wasn't on that pair though, but man.
Well, Mason Robinson's making a run at it here. Mason is on a 220 pace. He's going to get into the -30s if he just stays clean the last couple of frames.
Good Lord. Let me get to see this one more time. Let me just, folks.
Here it is in slow motion.
Shot was so good, and the head pin just goes right around.
And that's a 3-pound 9-ounce pin taking flight.
Wow.
Criminal.
Well, let's see. It's going to force Kyle to basically have to throw them all. You almost can't throw it better than what you did in the 8th frame. But if he does throw them all, he doesn't lose any pins, and he's at minus 55. If he gets the one in the 9th and the first 2 in the 10th, and a good count, that would put him in the minus like 57, 58 range still. Would keep him above minus 60.
Yeah, well, that should have been a double.
Now you got to mentally regather himself.
In fact, it could have been a turkey. 4-9
Yeah,
strike.
yeah, absolutely.
Screaming 7. A chance. The Jim Carrey shot. So you're telling me there's a chance?
There is a chance. Was it Dennis Brown left 1-2, Rick, today? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Rick. Dennis, I think his was game 1 or 2. Yeah, absolutely. I remember that now. I don't know if his was as vicious. I mean, that was like, if you like wrestling and you remember Sid Vicious, that was about as vicious as Sid.
Yeah. I met a few wrestlers in airports.
Did you really?
Yeah, and I had some managers that
I am not shocked by that.
Loved the wrestling, and if I had a chance, I'd get their autograph. I got Bret Hart's autograph at Baltimore Airport, and sat down for a chat with Diamond Dallas Page at DFW. Walked alongside Eddie Guerrero at DFW. I spent a lot of time at DFW.
You lived there at one point,
I
right?
lived there for 6 years. Yeah, I was at the airport more often than most of the staff, probably.
So how did these conversations start? Like, just walk me through you being Steve Mackey, the Australian accent, and you go up to Bret Hart and say what?
Brett, I'm Steve Mackey. I work in the bowling business, and I have a manager at Lubbock, Tony Schrontz, who just loves you, idolizes you on television. He'd love your autograph. Would you mind? No, sure. Nice guy.
Now, were you really getting the autograph for that person, or did you secretly want it and you were just trying to?
That's a good question. My wife probably asked you to ask me that. I've been watching wrestling since Killer Kowalski, and
oh, really?
Yeah, he was Hunter. He was Triple H's coach, Killer Kowalski.
How about that?
He was a heck of a villain in Australia. I used to go to the wrestling Friday night there. They'd have 14,000 people every Friday night. Big Bad John, King Curtis. Did you ever see King Curtis?
No, I think that might be before my time.
Oh, yeah, it is. But he would talk like this. Lewin. You'd be talking about Mark Lewin. Lewin. His voice was, he was the best talker on a microphone. They reckon Stone Cold Steve Austin's good on the mic and a few others. But no one beats King Curtis, I can tell you. Skull Murphy. Brute Bernard. That was a heck of a tag team in Sydney.
This is great.
Brute Bernard. Everyone used to go up to a bar at King's Cross after the wrestling. It was a walk up the hill. It was about half a mile or so. And you couldn't move in this place. It was during the Vietnam War, so American R&R servicemen were there. The place was packed. So I go to the bathroom, and Brute Bernard is in there. And he finishes before I do, and I follow him out. I thought, well, if I'm behind this, 6'2", 250-pounder, I should be able to get back to my seat. You barely move or breathe in the place. So Brute Bernard's shtick was a baddie, and he would walk around the ring and grunt, and he'd be like, ooh, ooh, ooh. So we get out of the bathroom, and he says to the people in front of him, excuse me, trying to get through, excuse me, just normal, normal middle-aged American, and no one moved. So he does his grunt. You should have seen people. They're climbing up the wall, getting out the window. We're on the second floor.
That's great.
They couldn't get away from him fast enough. So he gets back to his seat before I do. And I put my hand on his shoulder and said, thanks, Brute. And he looked at me and said, ooh. Oh, it was hilarious.
Wow. So another layer of Steve Mackey, folks.
Yeah.
We just keep peeling back the layers of a true treasure. But now to Kyle King, needs them all, theoretically, at least the first two.
4-9 and a 7-pin. Oh, good. That was a good break all the same. That could have been a 4-7-6 or a 4-10 best case scenario. So at least he's probably going to shoot 180, and let's see what that does with him. He's going to be 75 under.
David Tolson got to plus 53.
Oh,
he just
good
showed
for
me his
him.
scorecard, so he's going to be bowling tomorrow morning.
Yeah. David plays the senior events and the Colorado Scratch Bowlers Tour. They purposely didn't put a tournament on this weekend in deference to this event, and I'm grateful for that.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, smart. Let's see Mason Robinson in good shape here. He's minus 57 before this game. And that's right there.
Oh, that's going to put him in it.
Shot.
That's a great shot.
Boy, that's like
when you need them.
That's gold. In Australia, one of the sayings with horse racing and jockeys is, and this, he put the horse under the whip. You know, trying to get this poor old nag to get across the finish line. And that was a great shot under the whip for Mason Robinson. No question. And he is the last one to finish, so it's almost like a TV show here. Everything's finished except him. We'll be starting to check in folks for the 6:30 squad soon. We'll be running in the lanes here for an hour or so as soon as Mason finishes his 10th frame. That's not going to make the turn. Good effort anyway. 228 gets him to minus 29 if he spares this thing here. Nice to chat.
Thank you, Steve.
See you later.
I'll see you in a little bit. The one and only Steve Mackey helping close out the show here in the only way and fashion that Steve can, telling stories, being authentic. And now I know a little bit more about his wrestling history. Shout out to Wrestling Nerd. Appreciate you tuning in, as always. Robinson gets to 227. Here's that a look at that final shot there from Mason, too, just to give you one more when you need it. And you know, to kind of solidify your spot or match play. Nicely done there, Mason. Well, as I thought, this squad simply, as a whole, just a better scoring squad overall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players were plus entering game 8. We do know that Eileen Linares fell just outside of the plus number, but she will be into match play certainly. So even without knowing everyone's game 8 total, you can say that at least 5 to 7, I would say 5 to 7, but I think 6 is a good number to say the number of players who are going to be plus at the end of this squad, which of course, as mentioned prior to, direct effect on what's to take place tonight for squad 5. They'll have a clear indication on what the number is going to be, and it's certainly going to be probably, I'm going to say it's going to be like right now in the 60s. This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it's in the minus 60s. So with that said, folks, Squad 5 will begin at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time. 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So an hour and just under 15 minutes from now, which is a good opportunity for me to eat. I've gone all day without caffeine just for this squad. I wanted to get my caffeine right before the start of Squad 5 so I can push on through the evening. So I'm going to go do that. Man, great bowling to Andrew Kane, Chris Clerk, Brett Wolf. I talked about this Phoenix contingent, folks, and they did not disappoint. Hunter Maves was fantastic on the end, too. Francois Lavoie, your defending champion, is going to be in match play. D. Ron Booker, the USBC Masters champion, the reigning champ, will be in match play as well. Tim Eichhorn was solid today. Learned a lot about Nathan Trujillo, Kevin Jenkins. As long as KJ didn't have any difficulties in the final game, but he had a great block, just grinding away. Mentioned Eileen Linares. David Tolson got to plus 53. And there's obviously going to be a little bit of a wait and see for several other players. So we'll see what happens. We appreciate you tuning in. On your way out, if you wouldn't mind to hit that thumbs up for me, I would appreciate it. Before you go, though, let me go ahead and give you squad number 5 tonight. Let me get you that link just so you have it. And then you can go ahead and click on it right now, have it open in another tab. And that way you don't have to go looking for it. Of course, it's right on top of the channel and upcoming live events, but want to make it as smooth and easy as possible for you. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you. I'll see you in just a little bit. Squad 4 is complete. 1 qualifying squad left. It's squad 5, and it's coming up at 6:30 p.m. Mountain. That's 7:30 p.m. Central, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, and 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Or if you're watching in somewhere else, perhaps it's going to be in the morning time for you as well. Thanks to Steve Mackey and Yarelis Alvarez, who joined me a little bit earlier today. We'll see you in just a little bit. This has been a presentation of Squad 4 here from the 20th Annual New Mexico Open. Watch the live and only on Bullstream TV. I'll see you in a minute.